true.
I guess who wants to recap?
Can someone go find the War Master playing? I think that's the recap.
I mean, it was a pretty alright thing. What did we just spent the whole thing fighting and executed a very good plan. Pretty much jumped straight into fighting the two Inquisitors. Trapped them down pretty well with, was it plant growth, and banished their dragons.
Go out the bloody plant growth.
Took a
Also,
while to get the guy down because he
key.
who was it? The main guy was like fucking kept coming back as many times as he fucking wanted, like 15 or some shit.
15, yeah.
Finally, smacked him down and then what? Looted them.
Dealt with the Inquisitors, slew one of their 2 wyverns.
That's right, yeah, we took the wyverns back one at a time.
The other one got away.
Yeah, one flew off. Got some 6 fancy scales. Got lots of mithril armor and shit off of the visitors. So tell me, what did we actually loot off of the wyvern satchels?
You not look at the thing that was sitting in...
It's empty now.
Like, so that was sitting on the landing page until today?
No.
SMH, man.
I haven't opened.
Hey, David, do you want to summarize it?
Short list, we got a pile of spell stones, some healing items, a really interesting storm giant incense.
A new tent for me.
A new tent, indeed. And a little bit of, like, wood carving stuff, really.
Nice.
And a pretty hefty bit of money, like 800 silver or something.
Yeah, the incense garden was pretty sick. And yeah, the regen healing thing is quite good still.
Nice to have.
Mm.
Regardless, we are now settling, having used all our movement and all of our downtime gathering poisonous reagents.
I mean, yeah, we haven't done the downtime yet for this day, have we? Or did we?
No, we
Yeah.
gathered them today.
Oh, no, you did. We did, yeah.
So we are basically settling in for a camp night.
Yeah.
Did we want to spend a travel moving away from this exact location first?
We are out of travel.
Did we want to do it anyway?
I don't think repercussions are going to follow us instantly.
Okay.
Yeah, not straight away anyway. We should be alright for tonight. I mean, they're all dead except the one wyvern that flew away, so...
What we should do is get some firewood together and get ready to start a fire. I'd like to have these 2, once we've finished collecting all of their stuff, burn them. They were our enemies, but they were great warriors.
They were very frustrating.
One of them was.
No, not in that sense. It's more they couldn't leave me alone.
If we want, we could get a pyre and then move within this hex, but further into the woods or something to camp.
I say if we just, go...
If you're going to do a pyre,
into the woods
do it in the morning.
Very well.
Because it won't hurt.
The bodies might attract something overnight, but... Regardless, let's move a little bit further into the woods, away from this clearing. Leave this immediate site of the battle, but stay within the hex and then camp somewhere in the woods tonight.
Works for me. So I was going to have to sleep in the cart, wasn't I? Oh, so I have the tent now, so I don't have a bedroll though. Because there wasn't a bedroll
You
inside
can
of Rex.
borrow a bedroll while someone's watching.
Sure.
I need to make sure this is moved around. But I believe we're good to, just move over to somewhere a little further away from this fight and set up camp.
Let's do
Okay.
that then.
Who has movement
Who's-
stuff?
Here's what, sorry?
Movement stuff.
No, we're not doing a movement per se, but like within the hex, just being slightly elsewhere.
Oh, I'm just wondering for when we get moving.
Now, when we travel, I got other things to be doing then, but
Well, for now, what camp actions are people taking?
firstly, are we having a fire?
If you want cooked food, we're having a fire.
Do we need to be cooking food? What is the current status on that?
Well, I mean,
Do we have meat that's uncooked that needs to be cooked, as opposed
Yeah.
to like? Okay, in that case, we probably want a fire. What's? I mean, we don't need it for that long. Like, we don't need. It's not
We need
cold
it
enough
for
at night,
an
is it? Right
hour.
now? I'm more thinking, yeah, we don't need the whole watch for watching.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, yeah, work out how much we need. I'll use Firebolt to light a fire for you.
yeah.
Make a
Uh,
survival check.
He's got a spell that makes fires.
Firewood. It's only £1 an hour. We only need 2 hours. So
You light the fire.
Woo! Great success.
£2 of firewood. Easy peasy. I'll spend
Yeah,
my
we
camp
pointed
action
Wood, and it's now a fire. Wahey.
preparing food then. If we could get Esther to do it, that would be someone who actually has the skills. But
Yeah, Mrs.
Yep.
Cook's utensils.
Oh yeah. African party token.
What other
Nice.
camp actions exist?
£13 of food, and given the time, we can smoke the remaining meat we had. Double check.
I mean, I guess I'll take a
No,
watch
we
while you
don't
guys are
smoke,
doing this
it's
food shiz.
Oh wait, I can cook the smoked stuff, and then the other stuff will go off to.
Liz.
Yes, that all works out. Cool.
Yeah, Osborne, this is a watching roll.
Good. Who else is still up? Doing things?
I
Um,
wasn't
just
doing anything
cooking the food, I
specifically, but
imagine.
I'll be. Well, yeah, I'll be doing the cooking, but other than that, nothing specifically.
Well, that is
You're
something
awake?
specific.
Karnlykk,
You're taking
nothing
the cook
else.
camp action.
David, I assume you don't need to be awake,
I don't need to be awake.
and Mel won't be. Yeah, I think it's just the two of us then. Unless you like. Actually, no, it's probably just the two of us.
Right. I'm doing a cook.
What are you cooking?
That's
David,
a good
what's your
question.
number?
What do we
We
got?
have elk.
Elk.
Is he just cooking up meat? Not a. It's just meat to be cooked.
Elk stew.
Is there even a cooked utensils check? Is it for this one? It's just you cook the meat.
In terms of just preparing like a normal meal, yeah. It's
Yeah.
not a feast of any sort.
Oop.
Congratulations, mate. Matt, you cook the meat.
Congratulations, mate.
In the future,
Oh, yeah.
I'll talk
Cheers,
to you
mate.
It's off
about,
between meat and Matt.
Well, it's a really good tasting stew anyway.
I'll talk to you about cool stuff you can make with the like basic supplies and things we have lying around in the future.
What was fancy about those utensils, by the way? What was
If you take 10,
nothing.
you take 15 instead.
No, nothing.
Nothing.
Let
I
the
just.
person who has them answer the question, David.
They are normal cook's utensils. I just made them with steel and flavored them as Damascus cooking utensils.
Okay.
Because I made them with a fancy material.
Okay.
Sure.
Try reforge them and masterwork them at some point.
I don't think.
Can you
everything
even do
can-
that for fucking cook stools?
No.
I think it was just like weapon armor shields. But...
Nothing occurs on your watch.
Cool.
What's the D4 from?
Wearing the armor gives me constant guidance on
Good
intelligence
question.
checks.
When you say
Is it?
constant.
So, like, it's
So it's a D4 on every int and whiz check.
Right,
where's it?
but
So
it's
I assume so.
can't-
Normally, guidance doesn't apply for longer duration checks, but I assumed as it's the armor giving me the effect, and like I'm wearing the armor for like, the whole duration, it would apply for these?
No. It still has to be within the duration of the check.
Sure. In that case, ignore those d4s. I've set it so that the armor just like gives an effect which gives d4s on ease and whiz. So it would actually be
22.
yeah, 22.
Cool. But yes, nothing noticeable. You think you see some people in the distance in the woods, probably huntsmen. Nothing that worries you.
Let
And
the
who do you
direction of
wake up?
town- Yeah, I'm trying to work that out. Who do we wake up? The Doc Alpha.
Where the fuck
He's
is
knocking on my door.
Hmm.
I love the idea that Jake walks into Osborne's room and he just turns around and tells him, "Oi, it's your turn to watch." Still hasn't actually picked up my food. Amazing.
He's apparently coming.
Okay.
Hmm. Oh, he
Karnlykk
rolled.
also notices nothing interesting and will wake up Ragnvald.
Very well.
Also
I mean,
join
that's
him on the
cautious, right?
second watch.
Okay. Yep.
Cool. Perception. Huh?
That's a weapon, apparently.
I rolled That's very strange. I clicked the perception button, but okay.
Nice of you to join us.
Yeah. Nice of you to gain a pair of ears.
Please let know in chat if you're going to be late in future, so we don't wait for you.
I fell asleep. I apologize. It happens.
We
It was
sure
not
did look.
intentional.
Not amazing, though.
Right. Neither notices anything. Can someone be assigned to be in charge of Mal? Because I do not fancy it running Mal 24/7 for the next 3 weeks.
Brain heart. Fucking
Sure.
spell casting.
It should be easy enough, right? All you'd have to do is say, what was the thing we used to say? Something vague and condescending or whatever?
Sarcastic and nonchalant.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, you've also got to figure out the spells.
No, you just
Um,
say something casual and nonchalant.
The spells are easy. He just uses what's it called again? Hold on. He uses
Arcane Bone.
Eldritch Blast.
Right?
And then he uses bonus action Inspiration.
Guess I'll wake
Then-
up
And then
Sandor for watch.
I did first watch, mate.
You did watch first.
I did.
Never mind. Why am I?
Mal's
blanking
taking
on
the
who
watch.
else?
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
can you guys hear me?
Go.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Just seemed like. Okay.
Can you give access to using meld sheets?
You guys there?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, it just keeps cutting in and out.
Mushroom. I sure hope there aren't any Alps nearby.
Yeah.
Cool. And he has advantage on these.
You did it.
Oh,
Now, if I take Mal, so it was who's taking Trisk?
Hmm. I mean, I can have a go at him. Got
Cool.
him on my list.
Thanks, man. Well, Mal uses his eyes.
Current browser does not support loading Foundry. Basically what that error message says.
Right. Mal does not notice anything worrying. And wakes everyone up.
We're not dead.
Yay! Great success. Where's the long rest buttons? Press those.
Exposed wrong rest is just click once. Wow.
Don't roast.
Congratulations on not dying, party.
Oops.
If possible, I'd like to spend some time in the morning before we get to Hrimsgardr just gathering some wood here, and we can do Pyres stuff as well, if that's okay with everyone.
Sure.
Mayhaps a throne with Pyres.
No. How long does it take you to get wood?
2 hours.
Then
Oh,
we'll do
in
it
that case, I might spend
block.
2 hours making a common magical ink.
How much wood would I need for the pyre? Or do we not want to worry about that too much? Just like
Yeah,
starting
2
bonfire
hours and
is
it's
fine.
done. 2 hours and it's done.
I'll go grab one of the wood cutting axes from the cart and do that then.
Yep. Yeah, I'll spend 2 hours turning a common curative reagent into common magical ink. It is
Very
a
well.
DC 10 check with
Can you even fail that?
herbalism, and my mod for that is +9. So
Got the
no,
herbalism
we
kit from
cannot
the
fail.
cart.
It is an unfailable check.
Foundry is not loading. It says this time it says your web browser does not have hardware acceleration enabled. Why the heck would I have turned it off in a week since the last happened?
Oh, you might not have, but Windows could have. Isn't that recharge on?
Anyone else doing anything over the 2 hours?
Nothing.
It says hardware acceleration is on.
Turn it off, relaunch, turn it back on. Relaunch
Fucking
again.
Piece of crap.
Alright, pyre is made, ink is made, and you get ready to set off.
Yes.
Cool. Let's set off then.
Yeah, worries.
Navigator.
Yeah, give me a. So, just seeing how far 8 miles is. That's about 8 miles.
Jeez.
We can go do the 4, reveal what we see, and then follow the path.
Yeah, that's fair. Around there-ish though.
Alright.
This
gonna
is
be
one
too
of
much to get
them
here in time
travel
regardless.
things. I might do that, like reveal all the shit I can, findy thing.
I'm
Which
gonna
was
do
the one that
something
I did.
similar.
Very well.
So
Looking
Mal's gonna use eyes.
Ooh.
Sandor is going to use. Where's the option?
Okay,
Sandor is going to look for people.
I've made it.
I think people. Hold on, there's people I want to do. Ooh, maybe not.
Check. Hmm.
Look at all the people.
Can you do dungeons, Sandor?
Actually, I might be doing dungeons instead. I think
Yeah.
that might be better. It's just dungeons. I think. Oh no, wait. Dungeons isn't better. One sec.
Gotta work out these values.
I think I was
I'll
doing
just look
people.
for creatures, eh?
Yeah, I'm looking for people.
Alright,
I'll
people
do
look at.
Mel's. People looking. Investigation. 29. The radius for people is 2d4 plus my bonus. I was like, remove the 4 from that because it's still got the guidance turned on. It's actually 25. 2d4 plus 13. And I can, because of Wayfinder, I can do that twice and take the better one. Okay, that's better. So, okay. Find all people DC 25 in a 21 mile radius, and I find everything else there is to find of DC 20 in a 21
Jeez.
mile radius.
Okay.
I guess I shouldn't bother searching.
Give me
Hey,
1
that's
minute.
my stick.
Matt, have you read the
You did
Wayfinder?
it. You got a really good roll once.
Twice, actually.
At PCs. Sheesh.
Maybe
Oh, Mars is quite large as well, hey?
It's not much you don't find, really.
Well, hey,
I mean, DC
That-
20 is the minimum, is like pretty solid. So, how lost are we getting on our way to Hrimsgardr?
yeah, well. Hopefully not very.
How willing are we to be distracted on our way to Hrimsgardr? Would be the better question, I suppose.
I mean, we don't know how long we're going to be in Hrimsgardr, and it's not that far out of town, so always come out if there's anything.
Is there anything worth crafting? Not really. Not really anything worth searching for now.
It would be good to get in there and then, immediately get the information of
Yeah.
said shipping prices for
We
one
also know
time's
that there's
party.
a dokkalfari enclave in Hrimsgardr that's
Yeah,
set up to help.
start all the conversations and then figure out what we want to
Good
do
lord.
before we leave.
There's a few of these. This is like more aggressive than a
Divine
demystifier.
essence.
What was the last place you demystified? Let's read in the
Look at
chat.
the Ragnvald Mountains.
There's
It
three
was
spots.
further around following the river.
Mr. Tile.
Ghouls. Village from
So it wasn't at the base of a different river?
I followed, yeah, I saw the same river around.
Reagents.
It was like the next mountain on the northernmost side of the river. That was like, I went for a gap as well from the first circle, so we wouldn't just like have overlapping areas.
All these bloody ravines, is this like Minecraft
I feel
or
like
some shit?
next time we try the other side of the mountains, one of the rivers that goes
Yeah, probably.
to the east.
Wand Whittler? That's kind of exciting.
I think that is everything that you find.
Cool.
Let's have a quick review of what the fuck all this is.
Wild dogs.
Another
Mel
meteor
is-
crash!
Mel is using eyes and doing a perception.
Mm-hmm.
We're shocked. Thank you, Mel.
Who was actually driving this thing?
Fucking is a
Yeah, I can.
Oh, yeah, and the one that's already in the revealed area.
Ah!
Oh. Right.
The fuck is that?
Prison? Hang on. Which direction was Sandor coming from?
North.
Northwest or something?
Yeah.
Why?
Just double checking.
He didn't break out of
No,
Grilden
yeah.
prison.
I mean, does it matter at this point?
The
Or
fuck is a Grelden prison anyway?
Well, you could
Is that
could
one of the
be
underground
telling
flipping
lies.
prisons?
Does look like it's in a
My
mountain.
perception score.
What did
Consider-
we hear they were called? Those places? They had a name.
Are we missing one?
Which one, sorry?
Evergales.
The
Everjails.
Everjails of
The
this
equivalent.
world.
We got a note. Check the notes in the card.
It was a note. Okay.
Oh, what's that? Ooh. Quite like criminals?
Yeah.
Mm,
Rockfrangelsi.
Fangelsi.
Hang on, that
Mm.
means that's what that was.
hmm? So what was, David?
I think. Let me just double check. Yes, there's one in the first
Oh.
demystify we made.
Oh, was there?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, so there is.
Ah, yeah. I see.
Yeah.
Cool.
Interesting. Also, if people want to do assessing of things on that map,
Yeah.
they can feel free in this travel action.
I'm gonna evaluate the Karnlykk lair.
A wandwitla.
Karnlykk is even.
Even. Which means it's fucking lethal.
Oh, it depends how many there are, mate. If there's only one of them,
Where is that?
Northwest of our position. Pretty close.
Did that only just get revealed with this travel action?
Yeah.
Can we assess it
I
on
just
this
did.
same travel action?
I think Jake's asking it. Can you assess something revealed during the same action?
Well, given that I just did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Cool.
Hey guys, what's going to Hrimth the burial mound?
Well, I mean, Hrimthurs are ice giants, right?
That seems accessible, right? We've had no issues with burial mounds before.
Oops.
Ice giants are slightly more bearable, probably.
Hmm.
That said, they are a more primordial energy than lightning. If we're going to, like, go down that path. I'd say we're better equipped to deal with ice than we are lightning.
Estrid and Karnlykk, your travel actions.
Please find the way.
I already rolled.
Awesome.
Finding the way.
What is left to
Finding the
do?
way.
Assess something if you want to.
Oh, true.
It could be on this map. It could be on the other map in the pile of areas we've revealed.
Holy shit, this is a lot of food.
Looks like over the watermill.
Right.
just
yeah,
'cause
that
I
is a
know-
success.
Mel would probably be interested in the meteor crash.
Above.
Ah?
Slightly above.
Well, we're not going that way.
Big surprise.
I mean, the last
Yeah.
time was yellow, wasn't it?
No, we didn't have assessing when we had a meteor crash last time.
No, it was.
Yeah, we did. So we thought the mine's better. We assessed that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, Jake, would you like to do the moving of us?
I'm just doing the drawing at the moment.
Okay.
Damn it.
Who else has the great rights necessary to move our token?
Hey, me.
Everyone.
Wow.
Nani?
Do that 4 miles first. Gets them revealed and then move the next 4. Probably just gonna follow the road, but yeah.
I mean, we know the road up to the town.
Yeah. It's like, which tile is it though? This one. Cool. Do we want to stop in town? I don't really care because we're going to the main one anyway.
If we're going to stop at the main one, yeah.
Cool. Well, our next travel action then go to main town. To Hrimsgardr. Any objections to this?
It's fine.
Cool.
Go for it.
In that case, I'm going to do another search for people.
Have we ever assessed an elemental? Did we assess the ones we went past earlier?
We did
Good.
some on the other map, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what kind.
I think they were Earth.
That rings a bell. Yeah, cool. Look for people. Maybe we get a better roll. Who knows? Nah, it's worse. It's a 23. Yeah, DC 23 in an 18-mile radius. Mal is doing eyes.
So what makes your looking extra good?
Wayfinder. Scouting out. When you take the search travel action, when you roll the radius, you can roll twice and take the higher result. And if the result of your check beats the DC by 5 or more for a point of interest of a type you are not searching for, you roll that point of interest.
Right.
Cool. Where we? We should have Mal look for roots when we're in Hrimsgardr,
Sure.
because he can search them at double radius, and we know there's someone glacier nearby.
That's Feckle. And yeah, we're moving to here with his action.
Hrimsgardr.
Hrimsgardr. I don't believe it, guys. We're actually gonna get there.
Nah.
Get
On the
smashed
road,
by
you're
like
approached by
several mithril inquisitors.
You come
Several
across a goblin.
dragons, they swallow you whole.
There's a singular goblin that's come from D&D memes subreddit.
No,
no.
away with you, demon.
Not the goblins. They're creeping into every campaign.
Oh yeah.
I'll use my travel action to assess these hilltop ruins. Oh, there's the dokkalfari outpost.
That like canon in
Hilltop
world
ruins
now
are
of,
below.
Below.
like canon in world of this. The events are now post goblin uprising.
No.
So Jake, was the thing Karnlykk was looking for in Hrimsgardr, or was he looking for the dokkalfari over here? They're like nearby.
Don't remember.
Oh yeah, I should probably check. Right. Do your movement, and then I'll check if anything else got revealed.
My note that I took, which could be inaccurate, so I said seek out the dokkalfari enclave in Hrimsgardr.
Okay.
But could
Do
be
we
inaccurate.
need a roll for this to actually get to Hrimsgardr following the road?
I don't believe so. What's your mod, Karnlykk?
+7.
Yeah, no.
Yep. Then we move to here.
Cool.
Bitchin'.
Alright.
Are we actually here?
I needed to click a long rest, I
Oh, okay.
assume.
Yes.
You didn't take a long rest earlier?
I was not loaded into the game.
Why is
Still
there
not
that?
loading.
Yeah, there's a single grey tile here still, by the way.
It's full of secrets.
Thank you.
Fucking loaded full of them. So wait, which type of tile was people, right?
Yeah, I'm looking for people.
Yep.
So
cool.
yeah, people at 23, others at 18.
18.
You've also revealed a hex here and put.
Yay.
Sure. I wasn't sure if you'd forgotten that one.
Oh,
Okay.
Gotha. Salt mine!
That's basically everything. There.
There's a good chance there's an entrance to underground if there's a dokkalfari outpost. Well, maybe. I don't actually know if they're just relying on that or if that was more of a Vidvik thing.
So we said the Karnlykk layer was even. Oh, it's just being coloured orange by the red overlay.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on over here, lads? Look at this big area.
Dragon layer.
That's probably a dragon, given the mountain.
Whoa, hey.
Whoa.
Palladium.
Hey guys, you ever fight a dragon?
Not one that
No.
big.
You've met her.
Oh.
Oh.
Was that
Have
the
Huh?
the other dragon?
What?
I don't remember.
The
meeting another dragon.
Ormskonger of the Vidvik region.
Right. We owe her a debt.
Oh.
Do we?
Resurrected Birgitta.
Oh yeah.
Gross.
Let's not go that way.
I want to assess the difficulty level.
Is that a skull?
Travel actions anymore?
As soon as I literally
Patrick.
have nothing, can I assess the difficulty of... Just out of curiosity.
Greatly above.
Oh, only greatly.
Wow.
That's as high as it can go.
No, we
Well,
added a
there's skull
6
emoji.
of skull emoji, yeah.
Oh, what's skull emoji?
Don't even try it,
Yeah,
cowboy.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
That's like open the door and you
Get
get fire
obliterated.
breathed. It's that scene where you just get fire breathed on you and
It's
you're
the,
instantly a skeleton.
Your party stats aren't high enough to even begin worrying about making the saves. You are just going to like hit the equivalent thresholds for things like power word kill.
You
Yeah,
get
if
to
you- If you fight a skull emoji, then it just becomes a cutscene where I tell you what happens.
we just treat it as like an invisible world boundary where whenever we come near it, it's just like, sorry, you're not high enough level for this area yet. Please turn around.
Were you doing anything on Vic?
I already used my thing to assess the hilltop ruins, so.
Right. Okay.
What
You
are the ruins?
approach the
They're already marked.
town of Hrimsgardr. Nice big built-up town along this sort of small lake. Lots of lots of houses and buildings strewn around on the outskirts. Push on into the more bustling harbourside town centre. You can see what is likely the Thane's house, built up on a hill in the centre. Town square, couple shops around, and lots of sailors about.
Whoa. No.
Sailors?
Nice.
Oh shit.
Alright.
Let's find some accommodation and go about our tasks.
Yes, I suppose. Is there anywhere we can put ourselves up? Any good-looking
There
establishment?
There are many inns about. You go and find one called the Foggiest.
Are you disguising yourself, Sandra?
Oh, sorry, disguising. Yes.
Yeah. Are you using the amulet of protection against?
I would have attuned it overnight. Yeah. And. So how much do we actually need to be looking for an inn right now, as opposed to like looking at boats first and seeing what options are there?
Well, I mean, we might as well set up.
Stay.
Yeah. Might as well set up for a day or two at least.
Because we want to go to the glacier for the routes, and we want to talk to the dokkalfari.
And I'm going to assume we probably need to make a little more money before we can actually get a boat, as it might be expensive.
In that case, you want some people looking into boat stuff. Karnlykk looks for his people, and then some people look for glacier info.
Well,
I'm gonna go do an intensive shopping session and get good
Yes,
deals.
do that, please.
Did we
Spend
find
that money.
Did we find? So the foggiest is what we were directed to.
Yes.
No worries. Gold Hand. Do you want to try and organize purchase of lodging?
We can do that. We wander in and
Get 2 days
find the
from now and
innkeep.
figure it out from
How
now.
much for a what were we saying? Two nights initially.
Meals included.
Oh yeah, why not?
Yeah.
35 silver.
35 for the whole party. And
It's a bit cheaper without Svathan meals.
Most welcome.
cool.
I
And that all over and
we'll sort of I'll head up to the room and I'll start attuning to the amulet of briefcase station and location, so that if I go to Dokkalfari place, I can have that, and I'll unattune from Ivor's chain. So I'll take an hour.
No more chain. Karnlykk Unchained.
So Dev, you're going to do the quartermaster thing and spend that money to get the stuff.
Yeah. Am I going to just basically cut the money down from our inventory and move those items across?
Yeah, just take it out of the cart and
Alright. And Victor goes on a shopping spree, the likes you have never seen. The deals are incredible.
wow, exactly market value.
Well, hey, great success.
I'm going to.
You go on.
I was just going to say once I've got attuned to the amulet, I'll use the sending stone to contact home base and just ask them what's the best way to get in contact with the dokkalfari outpost here.
David, were you taking it out of the cart?
Yeah.
Cool. I will also head towards the dock region and have a look around it first.
Alright. While you're doing that,
Yeah, I want to, at some point here...
Karnlykk, you are just given the simple instruction of make yourself known and let yourself be seen.
Cool. No, it's once I've once I've attuned to the amulet, then I join the rest of the party in there.
While my
Activities.
now that my disguise is up, I'd like to go around town, try to find information about a glacier in the nearby region that supposedly exists.
Sure. Investigation, a charisma, social check, or perception. Yeah. You are told that if you head downstream from here and take the second branch to the left, head upstream, that'll take you to the glacier, but recent times it's been off limits. There were many stop people heading up there. There's a small fort they've built up on the riverside, a good ways up.
Any idea why they're stopping access?
Just shrugs. Lemony business.
We could go poking around in that.
I assume there's no other notable ways onto the glaciers? Or to that area?
You ask around a bit more, and someone tells you, if you head around the back of the mountain range, glacier on the northern side, there's a little mountain pass you can take, but as far as I'm aware, I haven't seen anywhere many around there, but who knows if they'll take kindly to it if they find you up there.
Understandable, thank you. Cool, I relayed this information to the party.
I say, fuck it,
And
we have good street cred.
revealed some points of interest.
Oh, wow. I see a glacier, lads.
Did you just say on top of the glacier was out of bounds?
Going up the river past that tower on the map was out of bounds, and the river comes from the glacier up there, so...
Okay.
So if you get there, you'd go a different way. That's not river. How interested people in taking a detour of traveling on road, so off road, off water, I guess, to get to a glacier?
Not immediately, but
I think we
consider
can continue to ask around a little bit for like more information on the layout of the glacier and if there are people know any caves or any other water-based access, how close it is to the coast. Because like if we hire a boat, we could get someone to like go to the main body of
I'll
water
ask
that
the
leads
boat
into the
people
ocean.
about it when I'm asking for boat stuff.
Because there are, 2 routes, quite a few,
Mm.
still quite useful thing.
So Estrid, looking around at boats, you do manage to find a shipwright who's mostly offering to do repairs, but is selling a couple boats or offering to build some. Let's see. He has built and just waiting to be sold a small longship for 5,000 silver. A just small, like a couple small, like maybe 4-person you could fit in rowboats for 500 silver each. And he's selling a large longship for 12,000 silver.
Nice. How
Right. That's that. And is there anything in terms of general ferry-looking options going?
Oh
would
yeah,
go
there
north as
are
well? Big enough
so
for
many
our
options that
cart.
you're going to need to be more specific.
there
As
any?
This is a major trade hub with lots of boats coming in. This
Yeah.
is
So, got some general price ideas for buying a boat. If I were to then go and look for, say, we want our whole party, including the cart, to be transported north to Ragnvald. Yeah. And just a simple ferry up the stream, I suppose.
all right.
Quick adventure, in and out.
Upstream. When you say upstream, like
Upriver, or what is it? It's kind of a sea, but kind of not. Basically,
he just means to Ragnvald.
kind of up the river
to
and out the road.
Ragnvald.
Yeah.
Okay. To Ragnvald, all the party and cart included will run you. They throw out just like a price of around 300 to 400 silver, but they'd have to take a proper look at everything.
And
How does that include cart plus mules, or like, do we not want to take those? Okay.
That's going off what Esther just said.
Sorry.
uh, can we ask the price of if that is a private charter or if that is included with other travelers?
That's included with other travelers, yes.
I'd
What
imagine
if,
private would be a lot more.
Yeah, I was just to get an idea. What if we wanted a private charter that could stop at one or two sites a day, travel out of the route away from Ragnvald?
Run you about 200-300 silver a day.
And yeah, how long is the journey to Ragnvald by boat? Just sort of straight, regular charter?
It is about a 2-day trip.
Yeah, so it could cost us about 1,000 silver or more if we took a detour via the route. Potentially.
Along those lines, we'll also ask around as well if anyone here knows what the deal is with the glacier and being able to get there, and if anyone I don't want to ask, like, hey, can you take us there? Maybe I could start a conversation with, hey, can you take us there? And then be like, oh, what the deal? Like, I definitely haven't heard that we're not allowed to go there before.
All right, what information are you specifically trying to get?
Oh, just, do you do any trips to the glacier? For a party who might be interested in getting up there and having a look around?
No one is doing any trips to the glacier, is what you're told.
Oh, they're not. It's a beautiful sight.
Is that including with the charter?
What?
Like, if we get a
they
private
just
car, that's actually
Can I not even charter there?
You can pay them to charter you there, but if they get stopped, then
unlucky.
they're turning back.
Fair
well, we
enough.
can't go via that river.
Yeah.
Was the command?
Yeah.
And we don't know if it is approachable by the ocean. So
Mhm.
that's what we need to find out. Is like how close does its extent get to the ocean?
Obviously, we just need to cast.
The river is
Uh,
how it leads to the ocean. It is up in the mountains.
Yes.
It's
Check the,
just hard to get an idea with.
Check the bigger
with
map.
blank
No
space.
coast glaciers for us.
Check the bigger map and it's
Your
sort of
options are
gives you
either
an
go
idea.
over the mountains or go up the river.
Try to
The
load the other map.
river is fed from the glacier.
Okay, so on the big map, that other river just to the northwest is the river that comes out of the glacier
Seemingly, yeah.
and goes into the ocean.
Well, yeah, I feel like it's gonna be too risky in terms of extreme money expenditure if we were to just try and charter a boat there. No one seems to have any interest in wanting to, put on any trips. I mean, they're happy to take our money, but
I mean, they could
Yeah.
we could charter a boat up until like, a few miles south of the tower, get off and walk, and then we'd
Right.
have to walk all the way back to.
at that point it
Hrimsgardr.
might be easier just to follow the coast on foot.
You'd still have to cut back
It'd
in
be
and avoid the
cheaper.
tower.
Still have to cross this river, this lake, unless you went left around it.
Be
We
cheaper.
could always ask the Womany why they're preventing access, and if we can get permission as, higher
Oh.
tier mercenaries.
That reminds me too. While we're here, we need to. I will go to what do you call them? Town office person and let them know we are no longer in the company of a werewolf.
Or
I want to go there and have a look at the bounties
bounty
in this
board as
region
well.
too.
Yeah, so
Mm.
we'll make our way over there and approach the clerk and.
After
Yeah.
about an hour's passed, I'm probably just returning to our room in the inn and sort of staying there once this guy's has dropped. Until something comes up that needs to come out again for.
You let them know there's no longer a werewolf. They're pleased to hear it.
That makes me
Uh,
sad. How can you be pleased?
I was
He's a
going to ask if
good
there's any
person.
runes in the town.
There are a few bounties. About half of them are ones same as that there were in Vidvik. Still the Lunleither rebels, still the Morvid, and still the Asgardian Griffin. The ones that are new, or exclusive to this town perhaps, are Galdrari, up
Let's go.
by the road, harassing travelers on the road to Sudavik. And the Vargeist that you already know of, across the river, also attacking travelers. And the last one is it is a bounty, but it's This one has no reward listed. It is a request for information regarding disappearances in the Hollow Forest to the northeast of Hrimsgardr. The Galdrari is worth 7,000 silver, and the Vargeist is worth 4,000 silver. And those are
So,
revealed. Galdrari to the east.
Was Vargeist? That's the same creature that killed Elfrida, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, hear me out. We assess difficulty of Vargeists. If they're doable, we kill some Vargeists, then buy a boat.
I mean, it's possible it's just one Vargeist, but yes.
And the Hollow Forest.
The challenge with boats is we need to get a big enough one to hold the cart if we want to actually have like a base boat.
What was the one that was offering it for 5,000?
That was
That was-
the
Sorry, are these
small
you
long
putting them
ship.
Mechanically, what does a longship do for you?
That's what I was about to
terms of
ask. Is
Carrying capacity, etc.
from that bit of talking I had, what is like the minimum sort of ship out of? Well, really, we kind of only got the two. Small or long ship, which, if any, would be able to take the cart.
The large one
The large one.
is the only. Yeah.
Big is
Fitting a cart on a boat
Mhm.
is.
Difficult.
large.
Most aren't designed to fit carts. If they are designed to
funny
fit
thing-
large amounts of cargo at all.
What we could do, in the case if we had a ship, we could become permanently
still
nautical by
Vargas?
installing the cart into the ship.
I was going to say there's the option of like trying to take mules on and then just purchase a cart wherever you end up.
It makes sense.
Well, is that where we sell the cart and get a wagon?
Well, the wagon. Well, because it's smaller.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's if you have a boat. I think you had it. If you've got a boat, but you want to be then traveling elsewhere, it's like, what are you doing with this boat?
Yeah, it just floating around
That's
costing money.
biggest
in the marina.
concern with it. But
Yeah.
that's probably another thing I should ask. Do they have any information on I guess docking costs or mooring costs?
Most people just like laugh and say, "Why would I pay money when I can just park upriver and walk?"
Yeah, fair.
This makes sense.
What do you do for security? Not worried about
leave a
people
guy there with
stealing
an
the
axe?
boat?
All I'm hearing is it's easy to steal boats in this part of town.
Yeah, but the bigger the boat, the more axes the guy has.
How much was the Vargeist quest worth?
4,000.
4,000.
I asked the people where the best place to park is.
Damn it, Matt.
With no subtle evil undertones at all.
If you're worried about theft, across the lake and then take the long road around.
Suppose we could always. Wait, I'm sure anchors exist, right? We could always just anchor in the middle of the water and take rowboats to
Have a
shore.
rowboat. Yeah.
There are a few larger ships out in the lake.
Well, I don't know if you know how to sail.
I'm good with land vehicles, not water vehicles, sorry.
Imagine being in a Viking campaign and knowing how boats work.
I lived on an icy flat expanse with no water for like 700 miles.
Because I'm just thinking, like, if we had a boat, can we actually travel with it if no one knows how to drive the bloody
We
thing?
need
So
I
to
mean,
hire
where,
sailors.
yeah, where is the Hollow Forest in relation
Look
to
out, zoom
Hrimsgardr?
out. It's
Yeah, zoom out.
marked.
I'm okay, cool.
I'd say there was a bit of sailing related stuff I put in Estrid's backstory, but that doesn't
don't
really
have
translate
missions
into
yet.
actually skills.
We would have to, like, if we wanted a party member to be good at it, we would have to dedicate downtime,
Hmm.
like, extended downtime to learning how to sail.
Yep.
I think long-term purchasing of a boat is something that needs to wait.
Agreed.
Like, be
Oh yeah,
really
we have some numbers now at least, so we can
yeah,
mull it
write this
over.
down.
I have.
Thank you.
So in the immediacy then, what our options are: A, find ways to get to Glacier, or B, ignore it entirely and take a boat towards uh, towards Ragnvald via potentially Rammer and stuff.
I think we attempt to get to the glacier, but we try and use what limited influence we wield to understand why the glacier is locked off and see if we can't get access. First off.
That's another point I'll bring up with conversation with the town person, whatever you call him, clerk man. Firstly, as well, did we want to take the opportunity to induct Sandor into our party, or did we just want to think about that later?
Sander will say no for the moment as well. Anyway,
Oh,
he doesn't want to be known as the Dverger in this area. If he's going to be inducted into the party, it will be somewhere else.
Fair enough.
I mean,
But he plans on traveling with us to Ragnvald.
doesn't have to say he's Dverger, do we? Don't have to declare race, do we?
Yeah, but then every time he goes anywhere near a bounty office, he has to transform.
Yeah.
Or disguise. Like
Or the next time we go there, we could.
Basically, we'll just register Sandor once we're away from the location of his suspicion.
What was the reward for the Galdrari?
8,000?
7,000.
7.
Yep. 7,000.
BRB, I have food to grab.
Okay, those are in the available quest logs.
We don't know where the
fancy
Galdrari are
images, though.
exactly, but we do know where the Vargeist is.
Yeah, you do.
Do we? Oh.
Jeez.
Far enough to the east. That's quite a way.
But yeah, goes along with that line I was going with before. I'll ask while I'm there, what the deal with the glacier? Just curious, we're out of town, we thought we might go have a look, but we heard it's cordoned off.
Orders of Heldroth.
So I'm assuming no one is allowed entry then.
Why would you be?
Just guessing.
Could be of some use, maybe, if something important was going on. Just, an eye out for business, you might say, and, well, I mean, they already know we're mercenaries, so...
If there's trouble up there, there's were many enough to deal.
I guess they have no need for the special forces then. Anyway. Something suspicious is happening up there. And I don't want to be part of it. It sounds dangerous.
Danger is our middle name.
Who changed my name?
Was me. Was
Why
I.
would you do this? All in the sake of a pun. Alright. Well, I kind of like the idea of hitting the Vargeists, but only just because fuck Vargeists, man. There's a few other like minor interesting things around here to check out, but otherwise I'm content to just like mull over our information for a moment.
You were making yourself known, right, Karnlykk, and trying to...
Yeah, I was just kind of wandering
Sure.
around. So it was like lots of markets, I assume, lots of trade going back and forth. Is there much of a stern were many presence inspecting the items coming in and out of the town?
Not a massive one. There's a fair amount of palladium were many on the docks, just like wandering around, and ships you can see when they come in. Usually some sort of palladium Wormeni or another color of Wormeni will meet them and then have a brief conversation with them.
What's the sort of largest type of ships we see coming in?
You see, what would this be? Find an image.
And Esther, do you want to ask more if there's any more information about the Vargeist nest?
Guys.
Like,
Yeah.
what have
Here
they
we
been
go.
doing? How far away from their nest have they been seen?
A couple of these sort of sized ships,
As in from the
more like cargo ships.
Mm-hmm.
from the bloody clerk person of the town or whatever.
Yeah, just see if he's got any extra information on the
The
Vargeist.
bounty manager.
If we were there talking, would have.
Uh,
What did we
the
initially
information on
ask?
it?
Or was it just a flyer or something that we found?
There would have been a posting there, but we could probably
Yeah.
just ask for a little bit more information if he.
Okay.
anything else.
What more do you have on the
The
Vargas lair?
information that they have is west side of river, up on a small rocky outcropping, and that they fly across the river overnight, tend to attack people along the road east of the river.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're definitely very maneuverable beasts, which is a tough thing for us to take down. If we were to consider fighting them, do we know if that nest is like, that rocky outcropping, is that like elevated off the ground, like, like an eagle's
Yeah.
nest vibe?
It's like a small mountain.
Yeah. Might be easiest for us to actually attack them while they're trying to attack people on the road.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's more of a tactic talk for a bit later.
Going near that involves going up a hill or a cliff or a mountain, which means getting thrown off a mountain exists as a possibility.
Yeah, and they're going to be much more maneuverable than we would ever be in that space.
Don't attack ships going through there, do they?
Occasionally, they will pick off people on ships, like one or two crow's nest watch boys have gone missing.
It's a dangerous job, that one.
Make ourselves a favorable sounding target. Drag it to the ground before it can tear or take anyone away.
Hmm.
If we bring the right equipment, it should be easy enough to deal with.
Do we have the right equipment?
Svartalfa.
I'm just saying, those dokkalfari grounders.
Svartalfa.
Sure.
Yeah, just thinking as well, it might be worth if we're called to get passage up Ragnvald, we could still consider actually buying a ship, but we could like look in the bigger town because more competition, bigger city, maybe more favorable.
That's a more militarized city by the guess.
Might be better options
I mean,
as well.
We're probably not going to buy a ship either way for a while, just because we don't want to.
Oh, yeah.
Like, a small long ship is cool for travel, but it's not useful for what we do, which is
Yeah.
haul around half a house.
Hence why, if we look up there might be other options and better prices.
Potentially, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather
We'll keep that
go
in
all in
mind.
and spend 20,000 silver on a big
Yeah.
cargo boat. Or something like that.
So if we're
Sailors and stuff.
So like, we happy to say that's all of us on consensus for put off actually buying and focus on just getting passage for now?
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
The question is, do we want to hit the glacier with the current?
I'm gonna say no, just because I don't wanna. It sounds like it's quite a big shitstorm up there. If we get caught up in it.
It could be, but I don't know if we got really enough information. All we know is that it's off limits at the moment, but we don't really know much about its what it looks like. I think a demystify or two up there would probably be useful before we completely rule it out.
That's a good play. I mean, yeah, I reckon we stay in this region for a little bit and hit some of the local things around here, rolling up a bit of money, maybe doing a little cheeky adventure, and then resolving from there. Like, make this a short-term point of reference.
Yeah, my conversation with the Dokkalfari might change things too. Like, they might have a job for us in this area.
Yeah.
But if they don't have a job for us, I wouldn't want us to stay for too long. Like enough for one bounty maybe, and checking a little bit more out of the glacier. But
let's not turn a short adventure into several weeks of.
This is for sure. There's a good case of we can always travel back from.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's not far from there, so.
Yeah, 2 days by boat.
Quite reasonable.
Yeah.
Right.
Can do a demystify whenever if you'd like, but
Jake, you may have missed it at the start. We got 2 cohesion from this last week. So it's less to throw out than there was last time. But I'm still willing to do it if people want me to.
What was the lack of cohesion from?
Lack of talk.
Less stuff happened. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Like,
good to set.
no Warmaster stuff.
And yeah, there was no Warmaster stuff. I kind of expected that, but just
Mm.
good to set expectations about what was and wasn't done, so we understand what the level is required to achieve cohesion.
gold hand, nothing except the very start of last week, but it wasn't even updated midweek when people got stuff and it was talked about in chat. Quartermaster did the same as always, and Wayfinder was talking to me a lot and doing stuff, talking about moving.
I know Dals was talking, did some stuff setting up with the that's scrolling down, isn't it? The
Some questions.
the lawkeeper space. Like, he's written page and a half. Don't know.
It's it's been like this for 2 weeks. He has done
Okay.
nothing.
Fair enough.
Alright.
He's really not
I
been
think a demystify
doing
wouldn't
law keeping
hurt.
at all, to be honest.
No. Why is that a Rick Astley link?
Because I didn't need anything to be a specific quartermaster.
The gold hand
link,
link
so
goes
Matt
to
just
the
put
same
it.
document that the quartermaster stuff is on.
Yeah.
So Matt just did that.
I'll get rid of it if you're definitely not going to have anything, at least for this foreseeable. But
Just make the gold hand link a generic
Gold
resource
hand
managers.
Yeah, I agree with that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if we were to demystify it, where would you want it? Like, because
I
it's
think
on the
north of
glacier
that,
near where the north-south passes are. Like, what sort of area would you wanting?
I guess it's not clear by that image what we can see, whether or not that's the bottom edge of the glacier and that's what the text is, or
Would
I'm
it,
seeing
on
what
the
looks
middle
like
of it.
water here, so I'm making an assumption that's the edge.
would it also be worth, so we're waiting to hear from your Alpha friends, right? Or the Rebel friends or whatever?
Yeah.
Look how far, yeah.
Would it be worth waiting till we talk to them to see if they possibly know anything about it?
That's a potential source of information, but it's not
Yeah.
something they care about for the most part.
They may
Yeah,
not
I'll just
care,
give
but
them
they'd
basic
probably
information.
have a bit more insider info, maybe.
They
Actually,
might know why the
Yeah,
I was gonna say that.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's fair.
It'd be worth waiting for that, I'd think.
Alright, or do we want to just get some get the rune gang to do some rune gang stuff?
We
And
can do
wait for
rune stuff.
dokkalfari to otherwise manifest for today.
Where
We
else
could.
does
Um,
I
So
will be giving
you
them
got
this
all the
rest.
barrels and all that other shit you
Yep,
asked
it's
for,
in the
and
cart.
all the stuff Sandor wanted.
Mhm.
Cool.
Yeah, they're gonna resort those things out at
Karnlykk,
some point.
you had
Yeah.
Uncommon divine essences on your wish list. Do you still need those, or were they things we harvested?
We didn't get any uncommon, so we only have
Yet
one
uncommon.
still.
Did you want to go look around for uncommon?
I doubt we'll find essences, but it's worth checking to see if we can find any.
Or you
We
just
still
want to keep
have a lot of
harvesting
arcane
them
essences.
somewhere?
Worth seeing if there's any interesting things for sale in the town.
David, was it
Essences,
arcane
ruined
essences we were
items.
saying we're short on?
No, it's generally divine. We have the least of divine in every context.
Okay. Because yeah, there is an arcane essence site that we was like just back down here if people want to do some harvesting of that at some stage.
Hmm. Also, these goggles, if you want to
The what, so?
turn those. I got the goggles if you want to turn them into goggles
I
of
just-
shade.
Just
Like-
a brief point on
Yeah.
cohesion. Dallas is going to be away for like a month now, isn't he?
Pretty
Mm.
much.
Yeah,
3 weeks,
3 weeks.
including
3 weeks,
this
yeah.
week.
Cool. Never mind. It doesn't make a difference. I was just going to say let's just detitle him while he's away, but it doesn't make a difference.
I mean, if someone wants to pick up the title and try and get more cohesion from that job, they can. That's extra time you need to be taking.
Hmm.
Lawkeeper's definitely the one with the highest expectations.
Yeah. I feel like I think we had a good talk about what we expect from the roles, but I think maybe it might be good to have another brief chat about what were the expectations between sessions, because I think we did
Yeah.
talk a lot about those roles, but quite a number of those points were about what would happen, what your role would be during the session, rather than in between sessions. Anyway, let's continue on for now.
Brings me to the next point. So, with the money splitting, were we including Sandor with this initial one?
Yes.
Yep.
If you want to like distribute out a split now and handle that.
Yep, just number crunch. So, if we're going off 20%, I had it correct, which means everyone will get 184.6 silver.
184 silver and 6 copper? Or
60 copper. And just gonna refrain from that, having taken that out beforehand in Mithril.
Okay, so looking at doing downtime stuff then. Jake, do we want to make that scroll of darkness so I could start working on the calls of shade for you?
Yeah, what do I need to do?
Alright, well, I need to do something for you first. Which was it?
You need to get him to make the scroll, right?
I'm just checking what I need
Touch.
to use to help first. So this would give you. What's your dex mod?
+4.
In that case, I can do a second level coaching to give you proficiency with calligrapher's supplies, which then you could take 4 hours to just guarantee making a scroll of darkness.
What ingredients do we need again?
Is the 2 common inks which we now have, 1 primal essence, and a rock. So 1 common primal essence.
Does it just a rock? Does it need to be a special rock?
So
It's a common scribe stone, which is therefore just a rock.
Fair enough.
As long as it's a big enough rock, and I think we still have some common scribe stones in our bags.
Do we? Hmm.
Mm,
We have uncommon scribe stone.
Guess we didn't bother holding on to the regular rocks.
Okay, well, can we pick up a common scribe stone then, dear? Is that any issue?
Yeah, it will just take like an hour or two of someone's time.
Sure. I mean, I want to be out and about, so I'll go and I'll keep around and
You steal a
pick
common
one up?
stone.
Sure. You find a D12 common scribe stones.
Guess it's worth holding
12.
just for that.
Oh, hey!
Nice. I'll put 11 into the barrel or the bag of.
Cool.
They said it would take 4 hours of downtime to make it.
Yep, after you do that, I'm going to use coaching at the second level. So for 8 hours, you're going to get half of my proficiency in calligraphers. My proficiency bonus is expertise, so you'll then gain a 4.
Okay. Well, it'll be once I get back, I'll get started, and it'll be done by about 6 p.m. Takes 2 hours to find those scribe stones.
So then I've got 4 hours to work with before I can start working goggles. So I guess Dallas and I will do some rune moving based on the order that he said in the chat.
Cool. I'm just gonna grab some water. Maybe.
So Mel helped me to move runes. Where the hell are the rune covers tools? Does he just have them in his backpack, or is he using else other ones? They are in his backpack. Cool. So we've got, what was it say, 4 hours? So 2 checks worth at DC 17 because moving Grand Rune. So Dallas' attempt to help for the first one. I need to press proficient for that, don't I? Yeah, okay. Not to help either way. I'll do my roll with the same thing, just change the scores. Okay, first one is success.
Back.
Whoa.
Exceptional. And another success, so that's 2 passes on that so far. Actually, we'll do a third one now to spend tomorrow doing the entirety of the goggles, I think. Yeah. Whoa. Huge. So effectively 4 passes so far. Okay.
How long is this first one gonna take?
It's a grand rune, so it needs 4 more checks.
Cool beans. Anyone else doing anything during this 6-hour period while 2 of us are doing some crafting?
I've already spent a downtime in the morning. How forested is the outside of Hrimsgardr?
Not.
You could do some fishing. There's a fishing spot up the road.
I feel like it's a bit of a trip away.
That's bloody 2 hours walk, mate.
Yeah, we got 6 hours. 2 hours there, do some fishing. 2 hours back. Good times.
Do you know where the fishing tackle went then? Because it's not in the car. Do you have it?
No, I don't think so. I thought we were discussing buying it in midweek.
I considered getting it, but we never ended up adding a item to the thing. So
Go and buy it.
I'll
Then.
buy it for myself. Find some fishing tackle. I'm sure there's some here.
No, we're all it's fresh out fishing tackle. There's Port putting a canvas over the pile of fishing tackle. You
Fishing
just shook the
tackle
cage.
will be 2 silver.
Oh, okay. I'll get
Two-
2 sets.
2 silver.
It's not moving.
Cool. And I'll add those to my bag. I gotta make them first. Then I will add them to my bag. And why not? Does anyone want to join me on a jaunt out to a fishing spot?
Why
Estrid,
not?
Do you want to?
Unless you want me to stay.
I was just going to say the other thing we need to do is make some alchemical fire, and in order to do that, we need some more. What are they called? Reactive agents.
Yep, it's 3 common reactive reagents per napalm thing.
And one. What was the other one?
And 1 common curative.
Curative, yeah.
We currently have 7 reactive reagents.
So if we, I mean, maybe just there's a nice little reactive reagent site out to our west. We could.
Well,
plan for that.
that's even further away.
Very close to Palladium.
And over a mountain, probably.
No, I'm not saying go get that now. I just noticed it. But you could have a look to see if there's any purchasable in town. But if you want to go fishing, I am supportive of that too.
Yeah, I'll go fishing first, and I'll consider that when we come back.
And so, David, don't forget your making of dust advantage you want to do.
Yes.
We'll get some nice fish while we're here. Have some Fush Chups.
I mean, we're probably gonna have to sell it unless you want to cook it tonight.
Yeah, cook it. I mean, we're getting food anyway, but
Sell it in the
meals were
market.
included.
What the fuck? No, we probably need a permit for that. Who cares?
Hey, we'll play a game. See how many times I can like trade and swap stuff to go from having a fish to having a boat.
No.
Good luck. I think you'll lose value each time you trade, to be honest.
Hey, swap your fish for a.
Just go
Or two
straight
fish?
to a guy
Fish
that's
and a
got
half.
like a fucking galley or something. Like, hey, want to swap that for a fish?
Trade.
Yeah, sure. Rolling at 20 on persuasion.
Alright, who's going on a fishing trip?
Estrid and Viklig.
Go
Alright,
fishing.
go out to the fishing spot. Cool. Roll either strength athletics or dexterity survival checks.
Yo, athletics checks.
Was it athletics or sorry? What was the
Wow,
first
rolled
one?
Atrociously.
Strength athletics or dex survival.
Dex.
So
I'll go strength athletics because I am not very dexterous.
You just fucking yank those fish out.
barbarian fishing,
Yeah.
baby.
Right. So, both get 5 pounds of fush.
Oh,
Well done.
and how many
Is it
chops?
worth re-rolling that with my incredible quartermaster ability? You know what? I haven't got a chance to use it beforehand. Why not?
What is it?
Why?
Well, I could roll a hell of a lot better.
When you make a check related to getting supplies, such as hunting, foraging, fishing, etc., you can reroll a check after seeing the initial result and must take the new roll.
Fuck. Come on!
You're
Oh, I
human.
gotta take that one so
Fuck,
nothing
yeah.
changes.
10 pounds of fush.
4 pounds of
That's a lot of fush.
Also, while you're out there, is that spend enough time to reveal any of the map space up there?
True.
Sure. See, that does 2 hex.
We hang out for like
We hanging out.
See if you can spot the Hroldar's retreat in the
2
distance.
hours.
What does it look like if you can see it?
Yeah, do we get picked up and fucking attacked and shit?
I think we're too far south.
the Vargeist is way further north. Fishing levels? Alright.
You level up because you caught such a nice fish.
In the loot section, I'm adding 5 pounds of fish.
Hmm.
I can't
Alright. Well,
Yeah,
Do we
can they
wanna-
see Hroldar's retreat from the fishing spot?
looks like
No.
it's one too far out, yeah.
You can see forests across the river.
Interesting.
I mean,
How
that
wide is the
was-
river while we're here?
Yeah, true.
Pretty wide.
About a hex.
I guess if they're putting like grand ships through it,
Yeah.
it's not shallow either.
No.
Going
Do we
around
want to
the
keep doing
station.
another fish, or do we want to head back?
I think that's about as much time as we have before it gets dark. We should.
Yeah. Cool. no doubt.
By the
We'll
time
head
they get
there.
back, it is 6 o'clock, and we have finished with the Scroll of Darkness. We can have some dinner and carouse with the locals.
Might attempt to sell my fresh catch to someone.
Now, David, as far as the fish, how many fish is that?
5 pounds of fish.
How much fish is a fish?
I'm asking
mean-
about these fishes. Like, do you have lots of small ones, or like one really big one?
Yes, it's a couple big ones.
Alright. Doing some selling.
Just look at the picture for the athletics skill. That's actually him showing how big the fish is.
Let's see. Trying to sell your fish. 5 pounds. Hanging on to your fish, Astrid.
No, I'll sell them with it. Bundle deal.
Okay. 10 pounds.
10 whole pounds of fish.
Just make a persuasion check or something.
Yeah,
Check that you can justify.
I'll,
You wanna do that, or do you
hold
want-
my fish with persuasiveness?
How persuasive are you?
Oh, +3.
Yeah, it's only me. Combine our
I
persuasiveness.
cannot roll anything but a 19!
Honestly,
Let's see.
Can't
That's
complain.
not a bad
It's not
thing.
bad.
That's not a bad thing.
I'm sad about the athletics, though. I've got fucking expertise in that.
Sure.
I mean, I could perceive the fish if you really wanted me to. That'd be real good.
Sure.
You get 9 silver.
Wow.
Or 10 pounds of fish.
It's not terrible.
I mean, you funded like half of the first night in the inn.
I'll take the 4 if you want the 5.
It's going
quite
straight
that big.
into the session
Apparently, that is
earnings.
10 pounds. that is a 10. That is a 10
That's the
pound
one fish that
bass. The one fish that you both caught.
Surely a fish
Yeah.
that size brings some prestige with it to be worth more than 9 silver.
Except
That
you
was
guys.
just double check. That was 9.
I'm
Sorry.
trying to sell fish in a fishing village.
9 silver, yep. Right.
Cool.
Just put it in the cart. That's easier. Yeah.
We turn in for the
Um,
night.
Dealing with it in the session earnings.
So, is there any any livelihood downstairs at the bar?
You know what's so carousing
Takes a long time to go carousing, mate.
here?
There's a bit of livelihood.
Excellent.
Nothing crazy, but you know.
I'll just. I imagine most fishermen don't really want to talk to a dock alpha, so I'll just buy a drink and kind of wander around and just like nod a couple of times, see if anyone wants to have a conversation with me. If they don't, I just sort of listen in on conversations that are happening around the bar.
Sure. Make a
Eavesdrop-
perception eavesdropping check. Alright.
I ain't dropped no eaves, sir.
And that you will know about anyway.
Sure, heard a great deal about the end of the
Roll a
world.
D4.
Who eaves?
He's nuts. Got him.
You hear two fishermen talking about like getting a lousy deal today, and one of them mentions that he misses trading with the Lunleither village, and the other guy's like, "Oh, yeah, what happened to him?" And he says, ever since dragons blocked off the river up to the glacier, they've sort of like been haven't really come out from their village. And as far as he knows, it's quite a ways from shore, and he doesn't want to go out in the forest looking for them. On the north side of the river that leads up to the glacier.
Fair enough. Good bit of little info there.
Mm.
When I go back to the party, I'll mention that apparently there's a Lunatha village somewhere off the northern bank of the river that leads to the glaciers, and apparently they haven't been seen trading since the Hrimsgardr. What am I saying? Since the
Glacier cut off.
weren't any cut off access. And I guess just because Karnlykk's, well, I'm just a little bit interested. I'll just ask if anyone knows about like a little tower on the island, on the little. If that's like an island over there, or if there's another river that comes down, if that's like a little spit of land. I'm asking about Hrodar's retreat. If anyone knows anything about Hrodar's retreat,
Yep. Just make a persuasion check.
that's the barkeep, and then if he doesn't know, just ask around a little bit.
People are like, yeah, I heard there was a bounty for something about it, but nothing ever came of it. Yeah, that's about all you hear. No one, everyone else is just kind of like, oh yeah, I know about that place. After like a second of thinking.
Cool. Well, tomorrow I might ask the bounty person if they have any memory of a bounty that used to be on it, and if it's still available.
Cool.
And yeah, that's all. Then I'll head up to sleep. I'll try and take a bed near the window so I can, if there's a window in the room, so I can.
Mhm.
I'll take one furthest from the window.
When I'm not sleeping, I'll be keeping an eye at the window and see if any dokkalfari come looking.
Cool. Are you keeping watches or are you resting?
Might as well rest
Take
if
a
we're in
watch.
town.
I'll just keep a watch out the window, so I guess that counts as keeping watch during my 4 hours of non-sleep.
You will not get a sheltered long rest if you take a watch.
Oh, okay. Then, yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. It's fine.
Sure.
Sheltered long rest is just if you're already at full resources, it's just the well-fed bonus, isn't it?
And hit dice.
Oh, actually, so recovery, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure. The night does pass without incident.
Woohoo!
We didn't die today.
I lost 210 hit points
Yeah.
because I took off the Ivor's chain.
Karnlykk is dying.
How it feels when you sleep in 5 minutes too long.
It feels when you have to wake up 10 minutes earlier than you're used to.
Right. Bright and early, 5 a.m.
Ooh.
What's the plan for the day?
Straight up, ask Karnlykk. Didn't get any approaches yesterday or over the night from your...
Doesn't look like it. I have to get out and about again today.
Or just to clarify, was it rebels or was it Dothraki?
Dothraki.
Wait,
Dokkalfari.
Dokkalfari. Never
Yeah,
mind.
no, there's Dokkalfari outpost nearby.
Yes, the Dokkalfari outpost nearby.
I don't know if they've got a contingent in the town, but I was told just to hang out, make myself visible. So,
So you wouldn't want to go and venture off in that direction then? You just would
No, I'd just
wait
stay
here
in
would be
town
best?
today, and if they're still not around, then maybe.
Alright.
But yeah, I'll hand the scroll of darkness off to Sandor, ask him to make that, and then
Year up.
My plan is go look for reactive reagents for sale and any ruined items for sale. Don't know if there's a
Ooh.
marketplace for that sort of thing in a trading town like this, but
No ruined items. What was the other thing? Reagents?
reactive reagents, yeah.
What
Reactive
sort do you need?
reagents.
Just commons.
Common
We're selling
reactive
them now.
reagents can be found for 23 silver each, with a maximum stock of 30 after a brief survey.
Just have a look at the potions to make sure those are the right ones. Chemical napalm, yeah. Well, how many curative reagents do we have? Yep, quartermaster,
What do you?
common.
Curative. We have 10.
Yeah, well, is anyone against me purchasing at a minimum 10 reactive reagents?
What cost,
Because we
sorry?
Yeah,
have
what's the
9
total
common
cost of that?
reactives right now.
We have 7 common reactives.
Yeah.
The cost is 10 silver. It's 23 silver each. So it'd be 230 silver.
130. Yeah.
The reason the Wallmaster is interested in these is because with them you can make our chemical napalm rather, which is an auto inflict burning on a hit.
And
Is
how
it
is it
action or an
used?
attack to throw that?
Nearly everything is should
an
be
action.
attack to throw.
Can be used as a simple ranged weapon with the thrown property. So if you have
Yeah,
multiple attacks, you can throw multiple of them.
Could be useful.
Is
That's
it like
pretty damn
splash? Is
good.
it single target? Like, what's the actual details for it?
Single target.
Yeah.
Could be splash if you take in the key art that makes things splash.
But the idea is that, yeah, you use it to automatically inflict to the next tier of a chain.
I think I need a fire for this.
So is the party not keen on the expenditure, or what's the vibe?
What do we all
Obviously,
think?
How many do you need to craft one, and how many do you intend to craft?
You need
3 each.
3 to craft 1, and 1. So they cost 60 silver, 70 silver in reactive reagents, and however much a single curative reagent costs. So they cost probably around 80 silver each to craft. We've only got enough to craft 2 at the moment. If we get 10, that's another 3. If we get 11, that's another 4.
One common reactive. David wanted that's a dryness. Don't forget as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, reactives are needed in a lot of. I can also use reactives for some poisons too. So they definitely get used. That's not the issue. It's just, is the party want to spend the money on something else at the moment?
That's fine by me.
Assuming we're gonna be... I mean, yeah, we're not buying a boat, so it's not like we're massively short on change, but... Yeah, up to the party. Do we think 200 and... What was
I mean,
it?
200. Like, I mean, 280. Are you saying? 230. Sorry.
230.
230? I think that's reasonable for
Did we end up splitting
many things.
any silver?
Yeah.
Did you do the calculations?
Did.
That was done.
Were you paying
We each
attention?
got 184 silver and 60 copper.
Correct.
And are we recording that on our character sheets?
Yes, please do. I do have note of... Or at least I hope I have note of how much money you have. How much money do you have, Jake?
184 silver
Mine
and
should be
60
lower
copper.
there. I've
Oh, you
lowered
have-
mine because some of that money was in my bag that got blown up.
How would that have been in your bag?
No, as in, like, so I'd had, like, so Matt had put on the silver that had been in my backpack initially. Which
All I
didn't
saw
survive
that
the
was
fight.
there was 9.
Yeah, so, like, I don't have that 9 silver, which is like, yeah, or whatever.
Well, it's not like it burnt.
I mean, I didn't want to go through that tent to find shit.
Cool, well, marking off expenditure.
So 230?
Where has that gone?
Yep, and getting a 10 reactive reagents.
Well, I'm gonna be doing it
Is that just been
regardless. So, like, I'm just gonna spend the time now, I guess, doing downtime crafting for myself and Mel.
Sure.
So I'm gonna be trying to make goggles of shade. So doing Arcana checks of DC 13.
Yeah, everyone else has taken their
One.
money, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll put it in Dallas's because I doubt his.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh no, he's
Cool.
got
In 6
450 silver
hours,
in there.
I
He
create
has got
goggles
money,
of
but he
shade.
wouldn't have added it because I've only just done it now, so...
Jake, you have goggles of shade.
Excellent. Are they an item in the?
Probably not.
Cool. Well, I'll add them when they get added.
And then for Mel, who's gonna...
Uh,
Mel's gonna take time to move runes here doing it solo.
Sure, I'll make them.
Oh, oh, okay. I can make them. Is there goggles of?
No.
Yeah, is there-
I
is
think your
there,
format is in the cart.
Is there a
I don't
template for the
actually
goggles
remember
of
how many charges come
No.
the other one? Okay, sorry.
No.
I know we used 2, didn't we?
So Jake, just double check with Mel, he...
I can't.
should
I can't
not
edit
have-
his-
Oh, you can't edit? Don't worry.
Thought I could.
Keep track and let him know to update it when he comes back.
What's the thing, sorry?
Wasn't?
His money.
Oh, sure, I should do that one for him.
Oh, you can edit
Yeah.
it?
He's got control.
Right. Off here.
So I'm gonna go to his character sheet right now, yeah.
He should have, according to my charts, 586 silver and 60 copper.
Sorry, 1 second, finishing up what I was doing with this first.
No, I can't efficiently store that in there. I'll put it in my backpack.
Should have how much, sorry?
586 silver and 60 copper.
He'll be put overweight by the copper.
Where is his money? Is his money in his sheet?
It's on. Is it not in his sheet? I saw it. On
Oh,
his
he's
sheet
giving
before.
it his sheet in his backpack.
And his backpack.
I'm putting it in his backpack instead.
Yeah. The only issue is that people can't see in each other's backpacks.
Hopefully,
We
it's-
can.
like-
well, if it fits in his backpack, maybe that will take him underweight.
This man is physically incapable of being underweight without being naked.
Carrying 9 pounds of coins on his in his inventory, and he's removing that. He's still 9 pounds overweight without armor. Oh, that's with the armor equipped. Hold on. He may actually drop below potentially when he drops his backpack. Although
Oh
he's
my
actually is it
goodness.
currently weightless? I don't know. Yeah, I think it's weightless at the moment actually.
Struggle.
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure.
Is
Either
there
way.
anything else in his inventory that we can just take out?
I was looking at that actually recently. What was I saying? So he currently has medium winter clothes, but while wearing them, he can't actually summon his armor.
Right.
So you might as well just put them in the cart for now, and put them on when it gets cold.
Yeah, so that's like 5 pounds of the stuff. He's got a cloak of many fashions, which he definitely uses a lot.
So it's sarcasm.
No. Mate, I'm playing as an already. I'm required to be sarcastic. It's like, yeah, those are 2 items that can be, like, probably put in a cart.
Yeah, I mean the backpack is showing is 39 pounds at the moment, so what did you just do?
That wasn't me. I didn't touch anything then.
His
armor in dimensional
Ah.
storage.
Yeah, do you want to put his medium winter clothes in the cart?
Yeah, sure.
Just label them Mal's.
Why does he still have... Wait, what is...
So are we still doing a bit of downtimey stuff in the morning?
Yeah, do we?
Yeah.
I have all the
Yeah,
downtime in the world.
I'm gonna spend 2 hours and 2 third level spells putting another charge in the Lesser Wand of Revivify.
Oh, we're gonna need the S. instance for that.
It should be full, unless we used it
Was it-
recently.
Did you fill it up after the? Yeah,
Yes,
we
we
did do a
filled it
fill
up.
it up after. That's right.
We filled it up, but I think it was only one charge because I'm looking at it and it's only got one.
No, it's because
charge.
it got eaten by Foundry at some point.
Right, so it should have
It was-
three
it
charges.
Still had one
there?
charge left after that fight.
Yes,
We
so it's
Yeah.
3 of 3. There you go. Put that in someone's inventory because I don't know where it's going otherwise.
So,
It should be in my
Jealous got
inventory.
Sorry, the wand.
late rune. Was he wanting that moved to his actual armor?
Yeah, when did that leave my inventory?
The
I sent it to you,
wand?
but then I took it back.
There's a Letha marked gambeson in his bag.
Are we talking about the wand there?
I'm just gonna put that into things.
I'm talking about the one I don't know what.
So I think I got it at some point after the last fight to
Yeah,
recharge
but
it.
then I thought you put it in the cart and I took it back because I remembered seeing it. I remembered seeing
It's
the,
in the
the
cart
option
now.
to cast a spell.
It's in the
Yeah, I've got the
cart.
option to cast a spell. Where is it?
Oh, well then it should be in your inventory.
Yeah, it is in my inventory and it's full.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry, I just
why
couldn't see
didn't
it.
I see it?
Well, I'm gonna get rid of that, and if you're certain that it's been charged, it's been
Yep.
charged.
I remember asking you to charge it and then removing the essence. And you remove the spell slots. It was
Yeah,
a while
okay.
ago.
Yeah. All right.
So, yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying, Andrew?
I wasn't the Letha rune on the gambeson that Malvady had. Didn't he want that moved to his armor at some point? Or has he just forgotten he's got that?
He's probably forgotten.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Do you want to move
Uh,
it to the cart and then add it to the rune plans?
I just like left it in his backpack, but added it to the plans.
Is there any need for it to be in his backpack?
Probably not. That's fair.
I reckon just move it to the cart.
That way we'll actually see it again.
It's the one where you can like teleport after getting attacked.
That he'll
Yeah.
definitely want that. on his backpack.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
With
why
the
he
exact
got the rune item in the first place.
Was it too early for shopping?
Yeah, a bit, but
Yeah.
like,
Well,
I'm gonna do.
when it's
you have the whole day,
time,
so it doesn't
yeah.
matter.
when it's time, I'll go out, and I've still got some gold coins from some tomb we raided. Remember we went to trade them in for money, and I kept the coins instead of, well, my share of coins anyway. Might go try and peddle those off for silver.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
There was potentially a reason why not. But you don't know this until you save the wisdom.
What were you doing, sorry?
So they're gold.
Though
to
it
think about
pains
selling
your
coins.
draconic heart to part with the gold.
Right.
Right.
That said, there is nowhere here that will buy your silver. You would have to hand it in at a bounty house.
Well, if that's
Which
the
there
case,
is a bounty house here, though, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you just go up there and do an official trade-in.
an official trade. I might go ask him. Well, that'd seem sus, would it? Going up and being like, "Yo, so what's the going rate for gold coins?" Or would they just not care?
It's not illegal to carry gold.
Fair.
Just they pay you to buy it. They buy it off you.
Which also improves your mercenary ranking.
Well, I'll ask what the going rate is anyway.
How much have you got?
44 coins, or if you want the weight, it's 0.88 pounds.
Okay.
£2 per coin.
Yeah. They will buy that off of you for 300 silver.
Not bad.
I'll also accompany us to the bounty house and ask the bounty broker about if there was any former bounty on Horodar's retreat, and he knows any history about it.
He sort of like goes and like fishes down behind the counter and like pulls out an old carved stone. We're not offering a reward, but here was the info on it. Details a outlaw named Hrodar, some sort of spellcasting wizard who
Nerds.
had been attacking people,
Fucking nerd.
but after putting up a bounty for a while, he says that no one managed to complete it, and he stopped attacking people, so they just decided to pull it off the shelf.
Interesting. Do they know? Was he a man? Was he?
Yep.
Okay.
And
Arthur.
before I go handing coins over, would I be able, to make any sort of like wisdom or something to see if I know I could get more value for money elsewhere? Or like go black market style on these coins?
Yep, you can make an intelligence check or an
Fuck.
insight check.
Insight, I will, because I have a +9 to that.
And remember, you have your gold hand ability.
Hmm.
Excuse me while I go find that info.
When making a check related to commerce, such as determining items' value, sweeping over valuables, or haggling with a merchant, you can reveal the check after seeing the issue result and must take the new roll.
I'm not. Well, that would be for the check before, wouldn't it?
No.
No.
You're literally making a check right now to determine the value of an item.
Oh, well, fair.
That insight check you could reroll.
I mean, sure. If I can do that, I will
Go ahead.
bloody
Roll higher than
reroll.
15, please.
I hope.
That is larger.
Bigger and larger.
That's definitely a fair bit below the going rate that is offered in the largest cities.
Yeah, I'll hold on to that.
Your heart may have settled on the idea of getting rid of the gold, but your economist's brain is not ready.
It's like, yeah, you go, you convince yourself, you're like, no, I don't need it, I'll get rid of it, and then you go and ask, like, okay, I'm selling this, how much? Watch this much. Well, fuck that, I'm not selling it. Fuck it, I never should have done this, I'm not selling.
All right.
I give myself disadvantage on the next wisdom saving throw to sell that gold.
All right. Unless there's any other business you two have in the bounty house. As you depart, there's a fella leaning on a building nearby who, as you come out, sort of like walks over in step, Dantha man.
Wait, Dantha?
Karnlykk.
I look at him, look him up and down for a moment, and just nod. Yes, that's me.
It's just casually walking with you. You are to give a report.
Yes. Where do you want me to meet?
Why will we need to meet? Sort of just gestures for you to talk.
Sure.
Walk and
We have
talk, buddy.
traveled, since we left Anlios, we traveled north to Stuthavarden and completed a few bounties in that area, increasing our mercenary rank to that of Malalithi. Is that pronounced correctly? Malalithi.
Levy.
Malalithi. We then moved west out of Stuthavarden towards Hrimsgardr, taking the lower road. We lost one of our members on that road. And, in addition, we lost another member on a short journey we took with a Ledin Wemeni, who has come to strike an interest in us. I hope to keep him somewhat off our tail, but he's a crafty one. Anyway, we've picked up a couple of extra members, and including another who has information on the rebels we seek and plans to seek them out. I have to try and gauge his motives, but he is on the run from the Mithril Inquisitor, so certainly no friend of the worms. We now plan to take a boat here from Hrimsgardr to Ragnvald and begin the search in the mountains for the rebels. Is there any further instructions from Anlios?
Just to try and keep your reports a bit more regular.
Sure thing. I'll use the sending stone more regularly then.
If you've any need of supplies, we have some things we could offer you. You can either come over with me or let me know and we'll try and have things delivered to you within a day or so. Weapons, armor, supplies.
I can come over. Speaking of, we still owe money on these amulets, and I say, touching the one at my chest, we've got some more money floating around the group at the moment. It might be good just to settle that debt so that we don't have to worry about it. But I'll speak to the group,
Well,
and after that I'll meet you at the end. I just mentioned a name of a location, and I'd say I'll be in disguise, but with a red pocket chief or something like that, so he knows. And say I'll accompany him out to the outpost and see if there's anything useful for us.
Can I come?
He agrees to meet you in town at your designated spot.
If you just
Cool.
go to the outpost and tell me you know where it is.
What was that?
You just say, yeah, I'll meet you at the outpost. Don't tell me where it is.
That would be a bit of a flex.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, your hidden outpost. We spotted it from the road. Anyway. Yeah. So I'll go ask the party. So I'm not sure if we recall what the pricing was, but we were currently renting these amulets of proof against detection and location, essentially.
Mhm.
The idea is that we would either buy them outright later or we would return them.
The
And-
idea of buying them outright seems pretty handy.
It seems probably like just an easy way to tie up that loose end is to just buy them
Mhm.
outright now that we've got some more money.
Great.
Right. How much were they? Total?
Instinct says 200 each, but I'm not sure.
I believe it was 250 each. I'm just
Oh.
double checking.
Not bad.
Did we do an initial deposit?
Oh
as
no,
well?
it was 300 each.
Sheesh.
Okay.
Was it an initial deposit as well for part of that? Is like say here have some money for like us having these, or was it just?
I don't
We have-
believe so.
Hmm.
So how many did you
Actually-
have?
I feel like you might have paid for half. Either there wasn't one or you paid for half.
I think we definitely put some money down.
Like, money was paid at the time.
That definitely feels like something would happened.
Right. And
David,
how
do
many?
you
There
have-
was 5.
Yeah, there was 5.
I think we've all got one, yeah.
I mean, right now,
Yeah.
Unfixing doesn't, but Trisk does.
There should be, unless someone's grabbed another one out.
I have one in my inventory.
Hang on, this is exactly why I made that list.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list, and it says that everyone but you is having one right now, including Trisk. Although Sandor's not on this list, but you know, it's not Sandor. Hathlan. Oh, Sandor is here. Speaking of, do you want to give Hathlan an actual weapon at some point?
Yeah, does Halfland want a bow or a blade?
He would prefer a bow.
Very well. I mean, he can have a blade as well, but I imagine most of these are not ideal for him.
He has a blade.
Where's the
There's just a lot. Does he want a longbow?
Whatever.
There is a longbow in the.
Yeah, the
Card.
regular longbow should be fine.
Yeah.
Didn't we have a composite? We also have that. That's a Bjarkenmark composite
Bjarkenmark
short bow.
Yeah, not that one.
Alright, he can have the longbow. That's easy.
Sure.
And let's say 40 arrows from our new supply. thought I'd just put 40 arrows in his inventory as well.
What kind?
Just broad tip steel, actually,
Whoa.
because we are mighty mercenaries.
Oop.
Feel free to resupply yourself as well, Jake. From the they're just loose in the cart near the top.
Are you winning?
We certainly aren't losing.
Yeah, Dad, we're winning.
I'm trying to recall a transaction from a couple of months ago.
It'll be another 750.
We'll just put that down. I'm content with that.
That's fine, yeah. Mr.
guess
Godhead,
in the
are you
boat.
okay with that?
Paying off our debts. Are we?
Without interest?
We are role playing here.
God, don't even get me started on fucking debts without interest.
Um,
How much was it?
750.
750. Cool.
Sandor, would you happen to need an open flame for crafting today?
No.
Alright.
I'm
have
done
to
with
find
nothing for today, mate.
Does the... You know what? They probably wouldn't like me to be doing alchemy over the inn's fire. I'll find another place and...
I even have a spare 2 hours if you want a hand for something.
I mean, yeah, I only need a little bit of time. It's pretty short. It's only
Napalm is
4
2 hours. Oh, for just Dryness, yeah, okay.
I just need an open flame,
Hmm.
as does the napalm, because all... Oh, it's not all. The potions need a fire. Hang on.
Alright, that has been written off.
DM,
Mm.
could you create a folder for me in the journals underneath law notes called locations?
Sure thing.
Just a note, we have 2,897 silver currently for the party.
We should definitely make some more money.
Agreed. I want to make some more armor.
Okay, it doesn't actually say anything about a fire. I just saw that before. Oh well. I'm gonna spend 4 hours putting together some dust of dryness.
Can you remove
Off to
the
the
creation
moisturizer.
the ingredients that as well, David?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, in the cart, you mean?
Just like subtract 1 from the requirement things.
And yeah, after did we settle on paying that money then?
Yes,
Yep.
that's all paid
Cool.
and done on my end, so
I'll so you've subtracted it. Cool.
All
I'll
done.
take it with me to the dokkalfari and I'll cast Disguise Self before I leave the lodgings, and I'll go meet with him and take the money and travel with him out to the outpost.
Sure thing. Anyone coming with, or just you?
I'll let the party know that we can if anyone wants to come with, they can.
I'll chug along, why not?
Cool.
If they're
That's
happy
your
to
plan.
have me come along.
Yeah, I'm sure if you've already been to Anlios, they won't have a mind. They won't care. And you've already been down there.
I mean, I was walking and talking with you when we came out of that.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'll come along.
Makes sense too.
All right. You walk and talk your way all the way over to the dokkalfari outpost.
Yay!
We can move around there.
1, 2, yikes.
Reference circle.
Success. That's 4 hours. And because I just like stuff it up. Ooh. 1, 2,
The fuck you doing?
You should come back by the
Ah,
road.
fuck.
fella.
Should what?
Wait,
Like,
why are
why
they
the
not marked
walls
as
get locked?
proficient? God damn it.
Sure, maybe we'll try.
Okay, let's recheck what those were. That's 13, 17. That makes it. 18 makes it. 15. That makes it. Yeah, okay, that made it. Cool. I just.
Yeah, your first 2 parts, that's all you needed.
The
Yeah.
dokkalfari outpost itself is a kind of like little dugout underground thing with a few things above ground and a very narrow tunnel entrance.
As we're coming out here as well, I might ask Estrid to attune to her amulet of proof against detection and negation while we're going out here.
Well, okay. Well, break that attunement. Attune to that.
Cool. You are taken down inside, and you meet with the leader of this little outpost, a dokkalfari woman. Gives her name as Capitan Marizenza.
Capitan, was that? Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I will take that note. Capitan. What was it? How do you spell her name?
Mazenza.
Cool. And I'll hand over the money and explain the situation and be like, and say, well, we're interested in any supplies you might have, and also we're doing a bit of restocking in Hrimsgardr, so we might be here for a couple of days if you have anything you need a hand with.
Nothing in particular that we might distract you from your mission on. As far as resupplying, we do have a few things that we could offload, though. If you're planning on taking anything substantial, we will need to have some sort of payment. We can continue our operations.
Yeah, fair enough. No.
What is it that you're interested in?
All of the survival equipment.
You got any boats?
More niche.
Any heavy, heavy winter clothing might be useful.
Anything unique that the Dokkalfar might have that we wouldn't just find in Hrimsgardr or the next.
Yeah, I'll see if they've got any like dokkalfari weapons that I can take.
How much they're selling reactive reagents for.
They they do have some dokkalfari weapons. They will need to charge you for them, but it won't be very expensive, above market value. I'll just make these visible. Same as the ones that were in the crafting thing before. Dokkalfari cleaving sword, Dokkalfari great spear, Dokkalfari skylance, and Dokkalfari tribows. At their market value, they will sell them.
Heavy. Screw that.
Gotta get stronger wings, mate.
Tribo is cool.
Wasn't it like really awkward to use on?
You get disadvantage on the ground. Nah, David, you need one so you can just take off, shoot someone, and land again.
It's also super heavy.
Yeah, David can use them.
I could use a super heavy. I think I would have trouble given how like different my finger size is in terms of the skill here, but if it just counts as a bow, sure. Something tells me it doesn't.
Does it count as a bow?
Damn, everything is
a
heavy.
tribow?
Yes.
You're asking
But,
if a
like,
tribow
proficiencies.
counts as a bow.
I mean, David's saying
I
it
just
might
had,
not.
I had made an
um,
assumption that it might be an exotic thing for proficiencies.
You are proficient. Yes, it is weird to use. The reason that you have to. Two of the limbs are held stable with your feet, whilst you use your arms to hold and draw it. Hence, it being annoying to use on the ground.
So yeah, David, just get one of those and fly through a bit, shoot people to land.
No, I can't use any.
There's nothing to stop that.
I can't use any of this. It's all heavy and not finesse, except the tribo, of course.
Just learn how to make them, and then make them out of mithril, so it stops being heavy.
Yeah. I mean, if you had an example, could you learn how to make it?
I don't know. Maybe
Possibly.
Estrid or someone could. Reach special. So what's the difference
Some fun,
between
like,
the
Utility.
Great Spear and Skylance? Skylance does some more damage and doesn't have quite as much reach. My Shadow Blade is better for me because it's got finesse and not heavy. You can't enchant it,
You
of
just
course.
need to get
can't put
strong,
runes on it.
clearly.
That's also an issue that Dallas has. So
This is an instance where we might not be able to get our hands on these things again in the near future, in case there is a thing where you can develop the necessary abilities to use one efficiently. So consider grabbing one. We have
I mean, the
room to hold
250
onto them.
silver for either of the spears and 450 silver for the tribo. So
It's a heavy investment for something you're not convinced you're going to use.
Yeah, and the
I mean,
tribo is still
if
super
we
awkward for me
could
'cause I
learn
have
to make
put
them,
stuff
make them out of
away.
mithril, and then rune it, I would certainly use it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
But
a
that also goes
serious-
for most weapons, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I guess like maybe I'll learn. I'll buy the Skylance if people like. I'll happy to buy it with predominantly my own money. I'll need 70 silver from the party, and I'll just keep it in the cart and see if and ask to see if Estrid or someone could try to learn how to make it. Spend some time studying it, and then maybe make it out of mithril. Considering we've got leftover ingots now that Estrid's got her plate.
Well, Esther's trying to upgrade to mountain plate for the flex.
Yeah,
or whatever it is.
my ingots are my ingots. You'd have to buy them off me.
Sure. Fair enough.
Still,
Is
I
then
might,
is
I
the
might
party
ask you
fine
to
with
learn
learning
the
70 silver?
dokkalfari aerial fighting style at this rate.
If
And yes, go
would
for it.
I feel confident that I'd be able to like just look at a thing and be like, yeah, I can make that after a while of study?
I think your boon helps.
You have one attempt to try and figure it out normally. Even if you fail, then you have to basically take it apart. So you have to
Right.
salvage it to learn how to make it.
Oh,
Is the salvaging guaranteed to work, or is that also a check?
It's guaranteed to work.
so I'd assume that'd still be like we'd have to buy the thing so I can study it,
Yeah.
or at least like spend a lot of
Yeah, you need
time with them being like, sure, have a look at this.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll buy that. Can someone remove 70 silver from the cart?
70
I'll
silver
remove
from
180
Purty.
from mine.
Alright.
I've got that.
And then yeah, if they just got like, did we end up getting an extra tent?
Yes.
You
got enough
got
tents
one
because
of
of
the saddlebags,
with them.
so that's covered, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll just ask for some heavy winter clothing then, and if they have any rune marked equipment. Otherwise,
Or like
that's about it.
Nothing rune marked that they can spare. They definitely have heavy winter clothes that you can just have. Often need heavy
nice.
winter clothes, or any winter clothes really.
Cool. We'll carry back. How many sets do we need? 6 sets?
If we want to be thorough.
Cool. We could just carry back 6 sets of heavy winter clothes and chuck them in the cart.
Was there any intel you wanted to ask them about?
Yeah, absolutely. Good point. We'll ask about the glacier if they know why it's been blocked off.
The glacier is, or at least the mountains on one side of it are the residence of Heldroth, White Dragon, and the chief power short of Israth in Hrimsgardr. Heldroth's spawn, Hedrak, also resides near to the glacier. I think it is mainly a territory sort of thing. They have control of the region. They don't want the rats, as they call it, getting in and out as they like. But it's possible there might be more going on up there.
Hmm.
Did they say it was a white dragon?
Yes.
So there's 2
reveal.
palladium dragons and a white dragon in the region.
No, 2 white dragons, 1 palladium.
Right.
Jeez, David.
I heard the wrong person as the spawn of.
Just on the mentioned heavy winter clothes before. Assume that's just the same as heavy furs, which I already have.
No.
No, a little bit warmer.
Oh, they're not better in terms of protection. The heavy furs count as heavy winter clothes. They're just an armor piece, whereas heavy winter clothes are clothes that don't provide armor. But
Yeah,
you can wear
you
them-
can wear heavy
Yeah, that's what I'm
clothes
saying.
with light
In
armor.
terms of warming,
You
are they
need
the
them.
same?
Yeah, no. In terms of temperature protection, they're the same.
That's what I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah, so you wouldn't need a pair
Oh,
if
good.
you still
Yep.
have your heavy winter clothes. As I'm
What
sure
I was
you-
getting to. Yep. Don't need. Still have heavy furs. I'm good.
Cool.
Is there anything else we want to know?
I want to know, what's the weather like today?
Whoa.
Do they have a short brief on anything else interesting that might concern dokkalfari activities in the region?
They know anything about Vama and just that island in general? What's going on over there?
Yeah, that's a good question.
They know that there's apparently get a lot of fair amount of Jotun chilling out on the island, but they do not have a presence over there. There aren't any dokkalfari outposts on Vamar.
If only Svaldan was here. Reunite with fellow Jotun friends.
Hey, they could be not fire giants.
Still friends?
They know that, yeah, Vamar is mainly just a stopover to and from Ragnvald, but other than that, the island's mostly uninhabited by Dantha peoples or civilized Dantha peoples, to their
Good
knowledge.
old village woman.
Oh, Dantha don't
Normal
exist.
people?
It's only people disguised as Dantha.
Normal people? Turns out they're all in Karnlykk's type, just all disguised.
Or like me, disguised as well.
All there.
Could you make me another folder in that lore notes, just like peoples?
Mm-hmm. You'll need to create something for me to put in the folder for you to be able to see it. All right.
Thank you. Cool. Yeah. I can't think of really anything else. Like, do they know how many Vargeist inhabit the lair?
They do not know. At least one.
Oh shit.
Do they know of any? I'll let them know that we heard conversations about some potential smuggling of peoples underneath beneath the noses of the Wemeni, through Osfiol up to Sudavik and potentially north of there to rebels. Was a bit. Well, we didn't get much of a chance to question anyone, but that storyteller's hall Innkeep there seemed on their side, and potentially there might be action from the worms against them sometime soon.
Good to know. We will report this to Anlios.
Yeah. No, I can't think of anything else to ask them immediately. So we'll just head back. We might. Esther, do you want to try and go via the Wand Whittler? I guess we'll ask them if they know if the Wand Whittler is hostile or just a regular old dude. Or...
They are our many Wand Whittler, so
Right.
we have not taken their services. Don't know much about them other than that.
Well,
They will also tell you of the location of the outpost nearest to Ragnvald.
Cool.
Yeah. Feel like we'd be only popping in for a chat. You might have
just
useful
something
ones,
David
but
mentioned,
yeah.
but I guess,
I'm interested in knowing what's available.
well, he probably, I'm not sure if he sells wands or if he just lives out there like a hermit and makes them.
Yeah. Still interesting to know.
Sure, we can pop past on the way back. I'll use another disguise, and we can just ask
Oh, we'll
him
have a look, yeah.
if we heard anything. If he's
Wander past.
if he sells any already made ones.
If it's the many do you do those guys, or you just walk in with your medallions showing that you're part of a mercenary group for the women anyway?
Well, I'm
Well-
wandering around with my mithril full plate on with my badge probably pretty proudly displayed on that, so I think it's
Yeah,
pretty
I'm gonna-
obvious.
Make myself look like a dancer, but carry my same weapons and etc. I just, I'm coming from a dokkalfari outpost. It's meant to be hidden. I don't want to
That's
give
fair.
away.
I mean, if you want to make him, like, not even pay any attention to you, I could just say, well, if you just, like, disguise yourself as a relatively small, whatever-looking person, just very plain, and I'll just, like, have you carry all of my stuff.
No, it's fine.
And then you'll look like, just a little servant or something.
Alright, so you head on over to the Wand Whittler on your way back.
Yeah, we'll go pop in.
You see a small hut, a palladium wormeni, sort of like sitting out front smoking something in a pipe. As you get closer, he pulls it out, spits out of his mouth. What will it be?
We were just in the area and heard there was a Wand Whittler around. Just thought we'd pop in and inquire about what your services are, what you have to offer, such.
Can whittle any sort of wand. If you bring me a spellstone, I can make a wand out of it. That, or I can hear your needs and try and make something suitable for you.
But
Do you have anything already made? Any wares on hand?
I have a wand that a buyer never showed up for. Already paid me half for it. Not very useful, but he goes over and pulls out a like dark blue stained wooden stick. One of those mithril half dragons dropped by and requested this, but they haven't shown up to claim it.
Those
Looks at me.
Wipes blood off. Mithril Inquisitor blood off.
Ask what the wand is.
What does it do?
1 second. While things load.
I have an idea if you'll let me run with a funky little possible story.
Oh no.
I mean, just don't bother mentioning them at all. But hey, I'm not there. You can say what you want.
Let him take the wand.
'Tis a wand of locate creature.
Ah.
It was
Do
sell it
we
to
have
you
enduring spell
for
stones of those?
350 silver.
We probably don't need that one, hey?
Yeah, we probably don't.
There is. I mean, double check what the rules for locate creature are in terms of creatures we sort of kind of know about. We might be able to use it to help us find the rebels.
Don't think so.
You have
Oh,
to
it
describe
is.
or name a creature that is familiar to you.
Mhm.
Has to be.
I mean, it's
close
probably
as well.
some like what level spell is it? Because I could
It's a few
probably just
miles.
cast it.
Fourth level.
Fourth. Nah. Okay.
It is a cleric spell though, so.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I could swap that out. I don't
No, we
particularly
don't
see any
have a
need for
of it.
it.
Estrid is our wand. You know, it's just a two-use wand up to third level every day.
Yeah, it's pretty good, huh?
But it's a pretty sweet magical item.
What do you think, Jake? Should I go there? Should I ask?
I don't know what you plan on asking, mate. You do you.
You say it was paid for, or at least half paid for by some mithril half dragons, was it? Half women?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't happen to drop their name in, did they?
Nope.
Bad.
Wearing armor pretty similar to yours though.
Guess that'd be the case. Been out keeping an eye out for them. They've gone missing.
Alright, make a deception check.
But why, Matt? You could have just said nothing.
Because this is funnier.
It is.
Ah!
Because I'm deceptive.
Well, maybe someone should buy this wand off me and use it to find them, if you're looking for them.
Ah, damn it.
You got you there.
Just say that you
gotta
can already
buy
cast it.
one.
I've already cast it. I can cast 4th level spells myself, actually, so I don't know what they were needing it for, though.
Alright, so then.
Hmm.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna get back to my smoke.
Mighty fine smelling stuff. Well, have a good day.
He's already like leaning back, not even paying attention anymore.
Wander off then.
Alright, you wander back to town.
I walk back and I'm just like leaning over to Karnlykk like, hey, what do you think? Could pass myself for a mithril inquisitor?
It's been like 5-6 hours for you guys.
I
Cool.
made dust of dryness.
I finished without the goggles.
The Googles.
Googlies.
Sunglasses acquired.
Woohoo! Congratulations, Karnlykk, on your eyesight.
He's so excited.
Let's not hide it.
Add some stuff to the cart. Where's equipment folder? That work? There. How much does a Skylance weigh? It doesn't seem to have a weight on it.
Oh, is it reset all their weights too?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I love when it resets weights.
Not really convinced there.
8 pounds.
Excellent. And I'll put the heavy winter furs in there unless someone else has done that. So no. We put the winter furs in one of the other barrels.
Equipment barrel or just the loose one?
I don't think we'll be able to fit it in the equipment barrel.
Do we label one of the barrels as clothing and the other one as like arms?
Sure.
Is a way to split the equipment around?
I'll put it as a survival supplies thing.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a good
Wearing it
option.
now.
Yeah, the topmost barrel in the cart. Use that.
I mean, do you want to swap it around
Oh, we already
and
have.
have the small one as the survival stuff, the medium one with the... Actually, I don't know if it's going to have more things in it.
Doesn't really matter.
I'll let you
Both
work
of
it.
them have tons of space. If I need to change things, I'll change it later.
Sorry, Dan, where did you say the goggles were?
What?
Did you say you'd made goggles?
I said I would, and then you said you would.
Oh, okay. Cool. I said I would, and then I was like, oh, is there a template? And you said no, and so that was where the confusion came in.
All right.
What are we calling them?
Goggles of shade.
Whenever you put them on, you have to have like the CSI thing in the background. CSI, the fucking yeah.
Yeah, that's CSI.
Miami.
Fuck if I know. I've never watched it.
Yeah, neither.
We're watching TV shows?
Once upon a time.
What? Okay. Anyone else doing anything else today?
I've spent all my crafting time.
I suppose if we've a little bit of time
I know what I'll
left,
do.
I might go and just inquire if there's any mithril around at blacksmithies or anywhere.
No,
No, cool. Never mind.
not
I'm
at
gonna
all.
try and in the
Too big a
afternoon before
town.
the sun starts to set. I'm gonna gather up the party and show off this dust. Probably.
And I'll ask Esther to have a look at the spear, see if she can understand how to make it.
Can I try as well with the spear?
And confirm it's CSI Miami.
Nice.
I'll check for the spear to learn if it's craftable.
Yep, intelligence, smith's tools, check.
Intelligence,
Gonna-
Smith tools.
Nice. We're gonna get the gang together and walk out to like an unused like side of the lake near Hrimsgardr, where there's no one around, or at least not many people around. And I'm gonna produce this bag and just observe, pull a pinch, and throw it at the water just far enough out to the water.
This is
that
fresh
it's,
water.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Good.
That is my intelligence smith tools check.
Yeah, keep going. Dan.
Yep.
Yeah, and rapidly the dust contacts the water and just starts like swirling in with like a massive whirlpool forms. And then after about 10 seconds, you notice that the water in the lake is like dipped down in our local area for a few seconds before it like comes back up. And there's this tiny little bead floating out there in the ocean or in the lake proper. And it took long enough that you could see that there was like you could fit several carts in the amount of water that was vacuumed up into this tiny little bead.
Nice.
I have 9 more of those.
Jeez.
This will keep us watered through 3 hells. We do not have enough storage to handle how much water is in this bead after I like dive out there and
How
grab
tough
and
was it
place
to
it
make?
back.
Wait.
Not very.
Can I just confirm, was that water salty?
No, I already asked it. You said no.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe a little.
Maybe a little.
Maybe a
Look,
little.
if
I mean,
we-
I'd
if
be
we have to
pretty.
boil it, we have to boil
I'd be pretty salty if I was just sucked up by a pile of dust, but you know.
it.
Oswald, I assume a 30 was good enough to learn how to craft it.
Yes.
Cool.
Int Smith tools, is that just bloody
Int plus
proficiencies?
yeah, proficiencies. Would Matt add his wisdom that he adds to his smith tools normally as well? Or not for this?
Depends on the wording.
Yep. Fuck it. I'll just do double proficiency because I'm. No, I'm not. I'm normal proficiency.
Didn't you have expertise in smith tools? You're just proficient. Okay. Unlucky.
It's proficient plus.
Oh, it's proficient
wisdom.
strength and wisdom, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
that's the boon.
yeah. Yep.
Boon. Should I add wisdom or leave it out? Where's,
What's
Check
the
your
wording
boon
on your boon?
text.
where's the bloody? Getting where?
Anyone else doing anything, or are you returning in for the night?
I've done for the day. I think Mal has done for the day.
So what was the result of that knowledge roll? Did we learn how to do it?
I know how to do it. Matt's seeing if he does as well. He hasn't rolled his yet.
And we're not pausing while Matt looks up rules, so I'm asking if anyone else is doing anything. Or if we're going to the next day.
I will ask around to see if there's like a poison cellar, if anyone knows any poison. I need to learn more
Poison
poisons. The ones I have currently are
Strongest poison.
great, but if there aren't, then I will spend.
Yeah. Someone you could have asked.
Okay, I'll just do it normally. That'll be fucked.
I'll spend a couple of hours
not today.
crafting a poison.
Okay, so if you wanted to learn it, you'd have to disassemble it, Astrid.
Do you want to repeat that, Jake? Because about 3 people talked over you.
I'll just have a look around and see if there's any like alchemical sellers, and if any of them sell any poison recipes, or anything like that, which I highly doubt. But
Make an investigation or persuasion check.
excellent.
You just go up to someone you're just like looking at them and like, what? Do you know about any poison sellers? What? Just sort of like starts walking over towards a Many guard, and you're just like, oh shit, and you just leave.
Okay, well then I will spend 4 hours taking 10 because I can't bother to roll to make an an old reliable potion, which is 1 uncommon poison and 1 common curative. I'm currently
You wanna mark those off, or shall I?
yeah. Can you please mark? I'm just currently making the goggles of shade still.
So that was
Or-
uncommon, curative, and common poisonous.
Other way around.
Right. Curative goes down by 1.
Yeah, so I think it's only for the strength smithing. Nothing about it. Or
Well, there you go.
just, yeah.
Them's the rules then, I guess.
Okay. Goggles of shade have been made.
Whoa.
Put them in my bag for now.
Did you know that there is in fact a very nice goggles item icon already in the game?
There's a couple, and I found one of them.
Alright, you turn in for the night.
I'm pretty sure I've already made an old reliable potion. So I did some poison making. Yeah, that's right. I couldn't put a photo on. Whenever you're not online, DM, you can't access the photos. I couldn't pick a system for whatever reason.
And sometimes when you aren't online, you can.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes when you are online, you can't.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, what's today?
Well, that was our last night of inn booking.
Do we want to go out and try and get in some trouble with some Vargeists? Do we want to do some more prep before we try and get in some trouble with some Vargeists? Or do we want to
Or
do
we
something
just
completely
go
different? Okay, let's start with
Vargeists,
this.
where were
Boat
they?
or Vargeists?
Indifferent.
You know what, I'm gonna go with
I'd
boat.
like the money, but it's like, how much of
Mm.
a time sink do we think that would be?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with boat
Yes.
because we'll have things to do at Ragnvald. So
Yeah.
I think the things will be more dangerous, but yes, fully agreed.
Before we leave,
I can
though,
do
I'm
that.
gonna see if I can buy a bandolier. To put my poisons in.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, what if we just made a bandolier?
I mean, we have the leather.
Who are you gonna make
There's
it, or
a
are you
buckle.
gonna focus on doing?
No, I
runes?
want to focus on runes.
That
I was
doesn't
saying it half jokingly,
I
but
will
this.
buy it.
Get like a throwing bandolier so that you can throw them.
Just something that I can hold it on my chest and be accessible. Like I can have 6 of
Yeah.
them
You know what? Get
equipped.
yourself a throw. See if you can get yourself a throwing bandolier because they actually have mechanical utility.
Yep, you can get one for 23 silver.
Expensive. I will once again be asking you for your support in purchasing items.
And
Damn, gotta be net
anything in it
positive,
can be drawn as part of the attack.
Will the party lend me 19 silver?
I have no
Nine.
issue.
It's not lending, I will not be paying it back. Will the party give me 19 silver?
I'll give you 19 silver with a loan of 2,000% interest.
Sure, per
Per
annum.
second.
Yes, per second.
Ah!
I'll do it per annum as long as the interest is only added at the in 1 year's time. I'll pay you back. No,
Sure,
Uh,
19 silver.
thank
Go
you,
for
sir.
it.
Throwing bandolier. The item doesn't exist. Never mind. I will be making that item if you guys want to
That's
decide
why
what we're.
I,
If I guess our decision is probably let's just hire a boat and go.
Yep.
Unless we haven't found out anything nice enough about her life or Glacier, doesn't have we to try it?
We know nothing else beyond the fact that there's potentially a Lundleither village in the region and
Yeah,
There's
well,
dragons in
the
the region.
roots.
We want to use it to
And-
mystify before we leave.
I feel like it's too large of an area to get enough from.
Just confirm,
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
what is
looking at what we
the...
can now, it doesn't look like it's too big. It looks like it's maybe 15 hexes tall and wide.
I'll just confirm,
Or
what is
you
the
just want
original allure of the glacier?
There's
Yeah.
two
Roots.
routes.
Two
roots.
routes, right. Well, I was about to say it anyway, but Malbrother wants to stick around and do every side quest.
So the main thoughts regarding that, like, how easy do we think we can actually get to the glacier to find the routes anyway?
Well, I mean, one of the routes sounded like it was relatively
Okay, yeah.
okay to get. Where have the notes been stored?
In
the-
a small thing in the cart, it says like rock work or something.
But we don't have paperwork, so it has to be rock
Chest,
work.
small rock work.
Fair enough. Yes, the routes on the glacier.
Also, I think Malbrothia has a couple notes in his inventory.
Yeah, he does.
One on the icy cave at its base and another top. So if we find the cave at its base, that might be easy enough to get to. So, like, do you want to like?
think
My
it's
vote
not
is
a
to give it a
bad
try,
spend of
but
a demystify.
I'm happy to be overruled. Is to give the demystify a try.
Alright, so what would you do? When we say base, do we think that's which side of this glacier? Because it's like,
We don't know. That's one
like
of the
what do
issues.
we reckon is where do we would we want to be doing this? Because I'm seeing where the passes are at one side, and I'm wondering if it's like, is that an access point that could potentially be useful, or is it like?
That's what they were saying
I'm
when
thinking,
we
like-
got the information about like the other road, wasn't it? That there was like a back road we
So
could...
I was demystifying, it'd either be like here, or like here.
I would try and match up the river and try and get the headwaters of the river where
Oh,
the
so
river
you're
meets
saying
the
like here?
glacier. Because the idea then is that if we miss the route, at least we might get an idea of what's going on up there.
So you'd say like this sort of area then?
Well, we could just say to the DM where the river
Oh,
meets
true.
the glacier.
I mean, you can see water here.
But
Cool.
yeah, that could just be our
I mean, yeah, there's no hurt
You can
because it's
either-
going to be a point
yeah,
of interest to
Draw
come
a
back
circle
to.
or tell me the description.
Well, that is my vote. My vote is demystify where the river meets the glacier. But do it on the glacier tile that touches the river, so not on the river tile. So we get a little bit more.
So would you do it like here-ish then, based on that?
That's my description. Is what I said. Or would we push it a couple of tiles into the glacier? So like,
I didn't want to I was trying to avoid overlap with this revealed area already, ideally.
that's fair.
It wouldn't tell you. There could be points of interest there.
There could be. That's true.
That's just revealed to show you the title. It's not.
That's fair. Actually, if I draw a circle, can I move it around easily?
Yep.
Cool. Okay.
There's a
Honestly,
general
if it's
consensus.
like that is just like a fairly large area. Like I think this is hitting the water still, covers most of what we'd assume a glacier is. How does that sound to people then?
Eh,
Thoughts? Opinions?
I'm happy as long as we do the revealing. So happy with your suggestion.
Cool. This. Lock it in.
Cool.
Every time I go to order food, I get distracted with D&D.
It's nearly too late.
This is why you order
All the good
food.
stuff's gonna
Order
close
it.
now.
Well, I was asleep before D&D, so
Just be
Hmm.
awake.
Okay. as
Well,
well.
hey, that looks like a route, guys.
hmm. Hmm.
Ding, 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 ding.
right near Heldroth.
Yep.
A white dragon. They're relatively active as well. If it's anything like my progenitor, they spend a lot of time hunting.
Hmm.
So is this like water down here, or
Mm-hmm.
Like a lake.
so looking at the divine essences in the water?
Damn essences.
Why can't I edit any containers? It's very frustrating.
Wet essence.
15 cubic feet the same thing as a cube with 15 feet on a side? I don't know why I'm not getting that right in my brain.
Yeah.
No. Wait, yes. No. Okay, so after what we've seen now, we can see where the route is on top of the glacier. We cannot see the one at the base. What's our vibe right now?
My vibe is fuck it off.
As in, don't go.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, that's what fuck it off means.
Prepare.
I'm not
just-
not interested in
It's-
going straight
It's
there.
too close proximity to the dragon, and it's like high risk, not worth it.
Yeah, he's probably got pretty close overwatch over that. and
Mal says he wants to go to the route.
yeah, we figured that.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the context.
Yeah. If he knew the context, what do you think it'd say?
He'd still want to go.
Probably still want to go, but
Yeah.
the issue is like we still don't have a path to get there. We'd be kind of blinding, moving in the dark.
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree. We shouldn't go.
Yeah.
Like-
DM. Can one be doing downtime activities on a boat, and does that affect the checks anyway?
Depends what it is.
Moving runes.
That one's easy.
Cool.
I don't think you could do any forging given the space available. And the heat.
It was more like, is the movement of a boat going to disrupt things?
Fair enough.
Not moving runes.
So,
In that case,
You
yeah, I'm-
start going through a storm or something.
In that case, yeah, I'm happy for boat. Were we talking about still privately getting there?
well, there'd probably not be any point if we didn't want to stop along the way. It's going to be more expensive.
And then the other thought was then, We can't take cart. Are we just gonna set off
Couldn't
cart
we?
and mules?
No,
Well,
we
we can.
negotiated payment.
Oh
for
no,
the
we
car.
did, didn't we? Yeah, no, sorry, you're right. Yeah. Cool, never mind. Scratch that thought then. Cool.
So, should I go to the dock and book us a boat?
Yeah.
Today, if
But
possible,
one
I guess.
boat's to Ragnvald, please.
I'll go and I'll ask for the
One ticket to
timetable and
Ragnvald,
yeah,
please.
sure. Explain
Make it-
how
Make it snappy.
how
You want to start again, Esther?
inventory. I'm gonna go to the dock. I'm going to look at the schedule or ask for the schedule or whatever for getting to Ragnvald with our said party and possessions.
So this is not private.
Not private.
Not private. Well, it's early morning. Luckily, there is one about to leave
Woohoo!
that you managed to find that can fit you and will take you up to Ragnvald for make a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Persuasion check. How good you talkie at them when you ask them about their prices and such.
Ah, absolutely horrible.
250 silver.
That's performance, Matt. SMH.
What is- Oh, whoops. That's the
Still
same
in-
thing anyway, so
Yeah.
same stuff. I make a
You
performance
sing
out of how
at
bad
them
I
and
am.
They hate it. They hate your singing and upcharge you.
If I keep singing
you
at
can
them,
roll
will
this,
they
by the
hate
way.
me enough to give me a cheaper price to get rid of me?
Is this kind of haggling with a merchant that he can reroll?
Does it?
It's to
I
affect the
guess.
price of
I
something.
guess. I'll have a go. I'll take it. Anything
work.
over a 1.
Like,
You must take the entrance.
I realise I'm singing at them, and then I go to actually persuade them.
Sorry.
And don't do much better, but better than a 1.
220 silver.
220. You know what?
great success.
That's
I'll take it.
Very good. Good job.
that's better than I had written down. So
Hmm.
220. Cool. And what time is that leaving? Like right now?
Yep.
I run back to the party and be like, "Quick, get your fucking shit! The ferry's leaving now."
We get on the boat.
I finish hauling the mules on top of
All right.
and feeding them. I was feeding the mules. I pick one up and we just go.
You carry the mule to the boat. What? No.
Let's see.
While on the boat, gonna spend the first 4 hours doing rune stuff, and then maybe do search travel actions after that, if the rune gets finished successfully in those first 2.
How many other people are on the boat?
Quite a few.
Quite a few.
About a few.
They look pretty sus.
No, they look like sailors and fishermen.
Well, that's pretty fucking sus.
We're probably the most sus people there.
Absolutely
any
the most
D&D
sus.
party is in pretty much.
D&D parties do not get to pass through any fucking piece of like populated terrain without getting looks. It just doesn't work.
DM, should I make the downtime checks for the first 4 hours?
Yep.
Cute.
Ow.
Once again, it's gonna be Malbody attempting to help with the rune carving tools, and then Sandra actually moving them.
DM, how do you designate a item as a container?
You don't designate a container, you make a container item. You can't change designations after you've made it.
Because in the types of items, when I create new item, I see weapon, equipment, consumable, tool, loot, background, class, subclass, spell, feature, or backpack.
Backpack.
Everything in our card is backpacks.
Those barrels, wooden backpacks. First 2 hours.
Yeah,
Your
the
magical
medals.
dimensional storage.
Oh, I
Space
guess
backpacks.
Finished in the first period because it's critical success.
Just imagining the metal rings around backpacks as like super hardcore backpack straps.
Actually, I guess I'll get started on moving to the next rune and not do search actions here.
Yeah, might as well. Let's just have an eye out and enjoy the trip for once instead of being constantly stressed.
Yeah.
What was next? Moving the Grand Scar
On the
through.
water.
Oh, I forgot. Hey Jack, can I borrow your armor?
What do you need for?
Put in
Putting a
the
root on it.
Yeah, as long as I don't have to do it in Foundry.
Not right now. No, you actually have to give it to me.
Well,
Or
then
just
it's
carry it,
Karnlykk.
saying, hey, can I steal your armor?
Yes, that's fine. I don't speak like that. I'm just busy looking up how much bandoliers weigh.
The
Not much.
captain of the ship, like, easy to just go up and have a chat with him?
Kind of. He's kind of
Kind of.
busy
Oh, yeah,
But-
fair enough.
captaining.
I'll leave him alone then.
You see a town as you go past.
Oh, trim
Yeah.
Wow, that was a sick day of rune carving, goddamn.
Good job.
They were just like all exceptional successes.
Bum, 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 bum. Very fast efficiency. So what have you achieved?
We've actually almost finished moving the second Grand Rune.
Damn nice. Was that 4 checks or?
Yeah, so it's normally 8 checks, but like exceptionals were existing.
Yeah.
So 6 of them are done.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Damn, we got
And there's
some
now a
distance
Grand
on this turn.
Rune on my armor. Way.
Nice. You are very tough while you're wearing the armor.
Yes.
You're gonna modify your max HP as part of the armor equip.
Yes. Excuse me.
That should be fun
David.
to see.
Yeah.
That's an easy
Nearly
fix. I know how
Off
to do
this
that one.
map.
Whoa.
Just about.
We
Considering
only
the last
just
couple
got on
maps
this
we've been
map,
we've
yeah.
yeah, we've only spent a very little amount of time. That said, look at all the shit we revealed on it.
Well, hey.
I just labeled the timestamp for the little list thing. Did we actually make it to Ragnvald? We've just scooted through this.
Yeah, it turns
Right,
out using
at this
C
point,
cool.
We travel.
bit too much.
We get
left.
attacked by a kraken.
I'd
At this
rather we
point,
didn't.
we are off this
Okay.
map
What?
onto the
Yes.
Mithril map.
Mithril.
Mithril.
Holy shit. It's on the bar.
Okay,
Whoa.
cool. That worked. Great success.
Congrats.
Whoa, that's a skinny map.
Well, that's because Mithril is a skinny region.
Getting 36 HP when I equip my armor now.
That's pretty good.
So, DM, just making this throwing bandolier. Says it can be made to hold 4 daggers or darts, or 2 of various larger weapons. How many poisons can I make it hold?
4.
We're sailing through Mithril.
You
Whoa.
mentioned that they don't go too close to the shore on the south of Mithril, since they sometimes get trolls throwing shit at them.
Trolls.
Yep.
To avoid the trolls, they like to throw their shit at you when you,
In
when
the
you sail
dungeon.
past.
Trolls in the dungeon.
Go looking for a spear to throw back at the trolls. I probably can't match a troll's throw, but I'd like to imagine.
Just imagining that bit from the Hobbit video game, real old one, where you're just walking along the mountain pass and they're all throwing shit at you. Massive rocks and stuff.
Ugh, horrible. Horrible. I never got very far into that, to be honest. Constantly just kept running into
I don't
issues.
think I ever finished it, but I
I've
played
made,
that
like,
game
several
so much.
concerted efforts to
Just play the
finish it.
Golem game instead, you know?
No, 'cause
the modern
that's
replacement.
definitely better.
Yeah.
I think the problem was always trying to get it running.
Mm.
Because it's that old. And like, I remember when I played it as a kid, there was just one section I was literally just too afraid to do, which now looking back at it is like the stupidest fucking section, because it's just the bit where you're sneaking behind the trolls to go and steal the
That
wallet.
used to scare the shit out of me
I
too
know, I
when
was
a
terrified of it. So I'd be like, oh, they fucking got me, and I think I got my dad to do it like a couple times because I was just terrified of it.
Lucky bastard. My parents were never competent enough to play video games.
I mean, that's probably also why I never finished it, because he never really actually made it much progress. I think that the one time
guys,
he actually
I figured
finished
out
it.
a way to get around the stupid containers not working.
No? What do you mean by this?
So you change the sheet, so the sheet type. So on the top right, you see where it's sheets. It says item sheets with bags is what it currently is. You change it to D&D 5 tidy item sheet. You can edit the weight, and then change it back to item sheets with bags, and it still has the items in there, even though it doesn't show them when you're in the other sheet version.
Getting late, but just about gonna make it.
Blimey.
Great
Or
success.
Maybe it deletes the weight when you go back. Doesn't seem to hold the weight when I go back. Let's try it over here. Maybe if I close the sheet first.
Stop on in. So just a little way over town.
You made it to Vammer
Yay!
just as sundown occurs. Pull in, the sun's just setting. Bit smaller than Hrimsgardr, but still decent size. Little harbour town, pretty built up. You roll up. They help you at the docks, lift your cart back off and out.
Ooh.
Yes. Organised for tavern for the night.
Yeah, go look for a tavern.
Well, you don't want to camp out in the woods?
That's
afraid?
scary,
Not
hey.
this time.
Gotta sample the local
There could be
cuisine as well.
trolls.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Get some nice hospitality.
All right.
What manner of inns do we find?
You find the otter.
The otter.
Yotta!
The otter.
Is it the silky otter?
No, just the otter.
Oh.
What's wrong with an otter?
Hmm.
When you're one of the only inns on the island, you can name it whatever you like.
Okay, you can't change the weight, but you can designate and undesignate it as weightless if you do that trick.
Okay.
How much for
how
a
many
night?
nights?
One night.
Just one night. 15
Just us.
silver.
15 silver. 15 fucking silver. I hand
I
him,
mean, that's cheaper than it was in Hrimsgardr.
I hand him 15 silver.
You didn't want to barter for that?
Local man's gonna make his money.
Fair enough. It's not ripping you off either. Oh, if he is, he's ripping you off less than Hrimsgardr was.
Cool. Does that include meals?
Yep.
Yeah,
We're
fucking
thinking
better.
of
Fucking better.
Potentially coming back here at some point, in case there's anything interesting. Anything of note around here?
Well,
For
before
the,
that,
the adventuring sort?
let's have like a 10-minute break. I need
Yeah,
a pee
alright,
and get a
sounds
drink.
good.
1 minute.
Maybe-
Oh. Oh, you know what time it is.
You know what time it is?
Adventure time.
He's got it.
Okay.
Alright, I'll be back.
I must say, this rune carving mod is sweet. I'm much enjoying moving these runes quickly. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask earlier if I can talk to you about this at the minimum. We're talking about carving the Thark rune potentially on Mald's armor.
Yes.
We could upgrade it to be a greater Thark, which is a rune we don't know what it does, but it would use up our only rare arcane essence.
Yeah, which is, I mean, those higher tier essences are already pretty in demand. The other point is that it takes up a slot on the armor that Dallas might want to put other things on.
Let's do grand at the same. So let's do greater at the same.
Right.
Slots. It was more. Do we think that the movement speed will increase from lesser to greater for that to be worth doing?
I think the end
Or is
result I
it-
got to was I was okay with that. It's
Like,
just
the question
rough
is,
until
like-
we can get more arcanes, which will happen once we get to
Will it happen?
like there's arcane gathering spots on the glaciers and mountains and stuff east of Ragnvald.
I mean, there's actually a different topic that was being discussed was how likely do we think we are to reach rebels from Ragnvald as opposed to from somewhere else?
From the north, like the
Say
coastline.
from Olafsfield or something.
Yeah. Well, the north is a good way to go. A hell of a long way to get to the like marked area we think is the right place, right?
We don't know where the rebels are yet. We got no clue.
We know that there's a river / a waterfall involved.
Yes, we haven't found a waterfall yet though.
Yeah, but logically, a waterfall next to a river.
Sure. It's like looking at the map though. It could be anywhere between Ragnvald and Odinstraya.
Yeah, it's a long way.
There's quite a bit of river
Well,
in
it's
that
north
area.
of Sudovik, is what they said specifically.
So, I'll find the description I was given, which was the same as Jake's.
Posted it earlier.
Um, between Ragnvald and Odinstraya, north of Sudovik.
Yeah, that's nothing. We really need to get some more like human intel.
So it could just as easily be near Thingaya, in that sort
fair.
of like one of the rivers around that area.
I think, yeah, the best bet would be to get in contact if there is rebel cells in Ragnvald. Getting in contact with them.
How do you find them?
Sneak around. Find some quiet parts of the city and see who's talking.
So for me, I think we have to go. The first stop is the dokkalfari outpost from Ragnvald, and then work it
Yeah.
out from there.
For sure. Look, I'm not entirely opposed to just meandering around, like making expeditions out into the like mountainous regions east of
Consider,
Ragnvald.
David, how shit we are at navigating.
Don't we have like reasonable mods to wisdom though?
You'd
Like,
think
if we
so, wouldn't you?
Like,
Think about how many times we've gotten lost.
we have a +9 to survival now, thanks to you.
It's super. Okay, sure.
Whoa.
Oh. What? Okay.
Do we know what the DC is for traveling in different areas?
Mountains are a bitch. I'm pretty sure they're 20.
Bleh.
I have to double check in the is it the survival section? No, it'd be part of the hex crawling. So global
Also,
exploration.
Karnlyk's had a 7 survival. Like, me having a 9 isn't that big of an increase.
Mountain base DC is 20.
Could be more.
Tundra is 12.
So it's like you say meander
17.
around, it's like
We will
50-50
meander.
minimum of getting lost.
Right.
Like, it's easy to get lost here.
Yeah. I mean, help and plus, I think.
I'd also like want to be doing a lot of search actions during traveling.
Yeah.
Someone just like rapid fired a bunch of fireworks in front of our apartment.
Oh,
Nice.
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
No, you're not wrong. The navigating through this region is going to be hellish.
Yes.
Which is a case to be made for hitting the rivers and using the rivers, like getting
Rivers is
Supply
the
up,
easiest way to get
getting
around.
like maybe something a little bit like a rowboat but bigger.
We're
We can get the party in and going
Worth
down
considering,
there.
if we're doing that kind of thing, we need to make sure we've got the resources on us to be traveling around. And also,
like
if it's
something you
easy
can
to
carry
get
in the boat.
stuck out there, we want to make sure we can have food on us, or be at least able to get food.
I'd
We don't
definitely
know
be
what
carrying
hunting's like in the
the
area, but it's probably hard.
It's mountainous. It's not going to be great.
Yeah.
We do have pretty respectable supplies of food.
Do we?
It's like
Okay.
What did I put it as? It was like 10 days.
Okay, now consider how long we spent on the mountain looking for the dragon cult, and that was in an area where we could do hunting.
Yeah.
What are you talking
we-
about?
We're
We're
talking
talking about how fucking difficult it is to move around the mountains.
the logistical exercise of actually finding the rebels, even if we knew where they were, would still be a pain in the ass, because we are shit at traveling over mountains, apparently, because we always get lost.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to work out either A, ways to help us not get lost, or B, making sure we've got enough resources that if we do get lost, we don't starve to death.
You can always go at a slow pace, but that means less distance covered and more supplies
Honestly,
needed.
That's probably not that bad.
What was the positive for going at a slow pace?
Have a look.
Movement halved, allows stealth. Option to reroll navigation check once.
That's not bad.
Honestly, with how difficult the mountains are already, and the fact that they're more than likely will be on foot, it's rough, but it's probably the best play. Especially if we have a goal in mind. We're not just trying to move in a general direction.
Yeah.
I definitely like the idea of trying to, like, boat 2 parts of the region.
So regardless of how this actually happens, though, just thinking about, we need to be able to carry all of our supplies with us, because we're not taking a cart here, and we don't have a Svarthen for carrying supplies.
Yep.
So there is going to be a limit to what we can actually take with us.
Buy a new one.
Significant.
Mate, what is the going rate for Svarthen?
Where do we have to drop the card off, sir?
It's we're talking if we're traveling through mountains, we're probably going to struggle to take a cart with us.
Yeah.
So we'd
We
need to
could
be-
hire a pack bearer, potentially.
See, I'm just thinking about for the
How much?
weight
How
of
much?
tents, food, etc. Firewood.
Yeah, how much carrying space does Hathland have?
Not keeps.
What type of backpack does that? Because yeah, Jake, I'm not sure how much of you heard this conversation. But we're talking about how easy it is to get lost, considering how we've been getting lost in the past,
Yes.
and how to not get fucked up by getting lost in these mountains when it's going to be hard to hunt.
It's going to be tough. We might have to ask around for advice.
Yeah,
Pick
like
up
I was saying,
guide.
Dev and I were thinking like the first step would be getting from Ragnvald to the dokkalfari outpost, and use that to try to at least get some information on maybe where the rebels are, or at least where they're not. To hopefully eliminate some areas, and then go from there.
Yeah. Also, Vesic wanted us might have a job for us. So
Oh, true, he did.
we could. There also seems to be some strange stuff happening in Ragnvald about the Galdrari stuff. So maybe work there too.
Now, hopefully, Vessus is here without a Mythal Inquisitor. That would be preferable for me.
What was that, sorry?
Hopefully, Vessus is here without the Mythal Inquisitor that has been with before.
Hmm.
Now, Jake,
Well, I mean,
question for
she
you-
hasn't been. We haven't seen her with him since Vizik.
A question for you that I was talking about with David earlier. We'd been thinking about putting the Lesser Thark rune on Malbadia's armor, which increases speed by 10 feet as well as giving reaction for lightning distance. That's the less important part. I was wondering if it's worth upgrading to be a Greater Thark instead, but it would use our only rare arcane essence, and we're not sure what the upgrade from Lesser Thark to Greater Thark is.
Can we do it if we don't know how to carve it?
If you know the lesser, you can carve greater and vice versa. Same with
But you
Drent
don't
Pure.
know what it does.
Correct. So it's
Well,
like you
Mal
give him
could
even
think
more speed.
on the rune for a while, and he can ask
Oh,
Ask.
that's so high.
fucking head boy Lochner about it because he's learned
I'm gonna
runes
need
that
to
way
get
in the
back on
past. So let's try to do that before we upgrade it.
We're just
On
thinking
the
about
front of carrying, I definitely need a bigger backpack.
that's fine. You were just thinking about like what is the risk of using our only rare arcane for the chance of giving him additional more movement
Well,
speed?
rares are rare. Like we've seen at spots where we can harvest arcane in the past.
Mm.
So
It's just always
we
been
can
really
come across-
awkward.
Like, I don't. What else are we using them for?
Yeah.
Let's just find out what the grader does, and then that will help us
The
decide.
only other
We can,
thing
yeah.
that's
So
That's
like,
about-
Mal could even do it now. You could just ask Lochner if he knows, test his knowledge on it, because it's nighttime anyway.
Sure.
And if that fails, then he can, on the boat trip to Ragnvald, he can try and get Lochner to teach him.
Sounds good.
But in the past, when he's learnt runes from Lochner, it's not been a chosen one; it's been a random one.
Is there a possibility to learn a chosen one, Dean?
Nope.
Yeah,
You're not supposed to be able to just sit there and spam Lochner checks to learn runes.
Okay.
I spent that one in the past.
the
Looking
many,
to try to work out the
the
runic
many
one.
countermeasures we've developed to stop Dallas just siphoning information from the DM for free.
I mean, yeah, he could ask to see if, check Luckner's knowledge to see if he knows what the upgrade from Lesser Thark would actually do to a Greater Thark.
Is that allowed to him?
Yep.
Wait, what Thark are we
We're still on
upgrading?
break, so
Cool. I think Matt just hasn't clicked the button.
I
He has
have.
clicked the button.
Jeez,
yeah,
mate.
we're still on break.
Ah,
The
'Cause
break
I'm still
hasn't
having a
ended.
break.
Okay,
Oh,
I
okay,
understand.
it just said you were back on the button too.
I am back, but we're still having a break.
Mm,
It's not that complex, guys. Come on.
Oh, I thought the on break button, we clicked I'm back when. Sure.
Goldman,
There,
can you
he's
please mark
still having a
down
break because I'm not here.
a larger backpack. Probably, honestly, the biggest one. So, camping backpack.
what's the cost for that, and what is the material cost to be upgrading your current one?
Uh,
And then crafting, etc.
why has that one lost its price? Damn it. They had prices yesterday. So the only one bigger than what I have. That's 10. It's got to be 50 because that's what the numbers were before. I know we need buckle. I think it was the materials again for an upgrade for the backpack, and the backpack materials are listed in the leatherworking section, which I'll grab up real quick.
Just looking at what the cost would be to actually do it, as opposed to trying to just make the upgrades
Yeah.
for you. But
We'd need to get another buckle, but otherwise, it's a sheet of leather and 4 scraps. We need one more buckle.
do we have the rest then?
Well, you can take a sheet and turn it into scraps, and we have tons of leather.
Do you know what the DC was for upgrading it?
14,
And how many checks?
1 check.
No, that sounds pretty easy.
It's just sewing, really.
I mean, my leatherworking isn't as good as the other skills.
I think you can handle a DC 14.
I have +5, so it's like I could just take 4 hours and just do it.
Would we like to do that while we're on the ship if you've got nothing better to do, or
He's
rush?
doing runes at the moment.
True.
I can do that and finish the current rune that was being worked on, and that
Okay.
can be tomorrow's day.
All right, easy.
So you get us a buckle, I guess. Can we buy a buckle in town?
Not here.
Okay,
Damn,
and we
no
can't do it
buckles.
tomorrow, David. Unlucky.
No worries.
Can one make a buckle?
You'd need you'd forge scraps into buckles.
It sounds like too much hassle.
This is stuff I remember going over ages ago when I was still playing with Frida.
In that case, we can look to do it in Ragnvald before we set out.
Like if
Because
we're,
that
if we're
sounds a
having
lot
to
cheaper and more
rush
efficient than
supplies,
actually just
going
buying.
from 100-pound capacity to 200 seems pretty relevant.
What would we need to be getting to do a second upgrade like that?
A second upgrade
To upgrade a second backpack as well from
from hiking to camping. We basically took the each tier costs the same amount.
I'm more
of
saying
materials again.
for
So,
what materials we've got. What else would we have to be buying aside from?
buckles. You'd
Just
have to craft the sheets into scraps, but otherwise just buckles.
Right, break over.
Hey,
You're over in town.
I'd like to test Luckner's knowledge to see if he knows what a greater Thark rune does over a lesser Thark rune.
Cool. A crater Thark. Let's see. Well, on the armor, it make you a little bit faster. And let it be resistant to lightning a bit more often.
So more speed and short rest, probably. Okay.
The weapon, a little bit more damage, and potentially stunning someone a bit more than just the lesser does. And on the tattoo, you can get a little bit further, and attacks have an even harder time hitting you.
Well, it does increase the speed,
Yep. That was the important one to be checking.
and the lightning damage resistance is more available.
Oh, yeah, that's a
That's the
nice
main
to
thing.
have, but it's not the main reason to have the rune.
Yeah. I don't. You know what? I think we spend it. So long as
Nothing's fine
we're
to
actually
actually-
getting use out of it, and I think Dallas will not forget to use his movement.
Yes. Cool. That's the rune players list then to do. Good talk.
Where's that list? Where am I on getting Magni's rune? And it's carving a rune, so it's gonna take a while yet.
Which one was Magni's rune?
The strength, the one that increases the size of your weapon's damage die.
Like, what was the rune called, sorry? Was that the, Ing or the rock?
Ing. Yeah, Ing.
Where are we? There. Oh, that was that
Things
one.
say Ing, lesser Ing.
I mean, that one's put further on the back burner, I think. So I'm going through first the requests that Ordered as put in chat, 'cause I'm cool with that as well. It's runes we've already got to move first. Like, the more runes we move that we've already got, I think is better, just to make use of them, and then carve other ones after that. Except I'm probably going to put an emphasis on that Thark one for Dallas, just so Mal can actually move in combat.
Mm-hmm. So moving the runes, Thark then Ing is the current idea.
So we're currently currently we're moving the Greater Scarth for Karnlykk. I'd probably then skip his third dot point and come back to that after making the Greater Thark for him.
Okay.
Also, we should probably add, there's also the Greater Letha that he forgot existed that will probably get moved to his armor at some point in there as well.
Yeah. That one's like hard illegal though, so we gotta.
Back.
Alright.
Cool.
Too many fucking runes, I tell you what.
So did
No,
that
no.
rune sound worth it?
So it's giving more speed, which we say yes, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Bringing our like slowest party members up to the like higher pace. Seems
You
to
would
get
put him
a little
above me. Well, hey. Yeah, we don't know what the speed increase is, but it goes up from 10. So
Cool. It could be 15, it could be 20.
Yeah.
Could be 17 just to fuck with everyone.
and it'd be 17 and a
12.5.
half to actually fit with the square still.
Ah.
But yeah, so I'm adding that to the list of things to do.
Alright, we sailing, I think. Do we need to continue chartering stuff? Or is it still
Now
part of
you're
our-
resting in the night.
Oh yes.
Is you doing anything else?
Sleep.
Lib.
Someone asked about the area, which I don't think got
I
resolved.
did ask about the area, just like anything of interest for a fighty group of individuals to investigate.
There is many things on the island for fighty groups.
Wait,
Just
do
like
you
the
know a
top
fighting group?
story.
They tell you that
Okay.
basically anything not in Vammer is dangerous territory, and that they wouldn't recommend leaving the town unless you are looking to die.
Is there like walls around this town or something? Like, how is this place defended?
It's very open around the town. They've logged it pretty thoroughly, and there is a pretty decent guard presence. Not many were many, but a lot of Dantha on patrol in the evening.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Actually, Alta, not people in disguise? Wow.
Is there-
Potentially Dverger in disguise.
So does it appear to be that general process for sea travel is that you pull in somewhere to sleep at night? There's not cabins and things on board?
Yeah, it's a long ship. Like, it's all open.
We ain't got multiple decks. Far too fancy.
It would have cost you a lot more for that sort of ship.
Yeah, fair.
Tomorrow's temperature's near the record high for July.
Wow.
The fuck?
Anyway, sleep.
Yeah.
Alright.
Nice.
We out here getting sheltered rests.
Yay.
Don't think
Um,
there's anything else on tonight.
6 a.m. The ship will not leave for another 2 hours, so you've got some time if there's anything else you want to do.
I wander out into the forest because I want to die.
Alright, which way?
East.
That way.
Alright, you wander into the ocean and die.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
actually
you
skull
achieved your
emojis in
goals.
the ocean, Matt.
What was that?
Yeah, there's actually skull emojis there. We need to have a cutscene now.
Oh.
Well, he's already played the cutscene.
He just
walks out into the ocean and dies.
Yeah. Okay.
Gonna take in the coast air before I get on a.
Oh,
rickety
I guess
boat.
I'm going to spend 2 hours crafting now.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a roll
Mal,
check
Let us
for
do crafting.
a
If they're easy crafts, you
for
could.
an old reliable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess they're grand runes, so not easy.
Old reliable is a DC 14.
Jackie runes vanished.
Excellent.
Congrats,
Uh,
Mark. Was it Grand Scarf?
Yep.
Nice.
cool. Yep. Succeed on the old.
So is this a new one or?
Another old reliable. So another uncommon poison and common curative.
Radio?
Alright, if I was doing anything else, we'll set off.
Itch. Get
I'm
out of
gonna
Common poisons.
hand the one of the old reliables to one Viclick.
Alright. Are
Um,
you able to drag that onto my sheet?
I will try.
You will try.
Alternatively, if it's not already in the items directory, you should be able to drag it into the items directory.
Okay, next on the list is to make a greater Thark.
Crafting products. Can I have a folder for poisons in crafting products team?
Just drop it into the.
Am I good to just spend the next 6 hours of downtime doing rune stuff?
There already is one, but you can't see anything in it, so just
Drop the poison in and we'll make it work.
yeah, I'll drop the poison in somewhere and then I'll put it into that folder.
Okay.
Am I good to use 6 hours of boat
Liquid
downtime?
products?
Go.
6 hours?
Excellent. Can you see that,
Yes,
David?
I can.
Beautiful. So yeah, it doesn't really do anything because
When I
it's
dragged it in, there was
applied
2.
to your weapon item rather than a throwed item or anything.
Yeah, so long as I know what the.
But it
poison
says what it
effects
does in
are.
it.
Right, and we will be off the map over to the Ragnvald coast.
Yeah. Well, that was a brief stop in this map.
Spend
Make sure I
4
get the
hours
right
of adventure
spot.
and we'll confirm the rest of the time's used.
Yeah. How much downtime do you have to work here, Osborne?
A lot.
On boat? Can I use 6 hours on boat doing stuff?
Yeah,
Cool.
it'll be like a whole nother day of travel.
Yeah, I'm going to do search actions after these 6 hours. That's allowed.
Big looks.
Mal's just keeping watch. I assume as we travel.
We gotta see how much ocean we can see.
No, Mal's doing rune carving with me, because this is a rune that he knows that I don't know, so I'm helping him with it.
Right.
Okay, I think it's exceptional help. Oh.
Nice.
Yes.
Plus 13. Damn, okay.
Okay. What does this bloody rune do that you put on me, mate?
This was the...
What have you bloody put on me?
Not great thought, it's Grand.
Scarth.
The Grand Scarf. It's the one you requested, mate.
Yeah. Great.
I mean, the one I told you to request, but you know the one you requested.
Fog clouds go brr. I do love the idea of just leaving a fog cloud up a tree and you just firing these ridiculously precise arrows out of this fog cloud. Pop smoke! Pop smoke!
Just greater, not grand, or grand?
That was grand.
That's the grand one we got off of the Inquisitors.
Okay, I'm 5 out of 6 for this next round. Cool.
Man, it would be something to just be a regular-ass passenger on this boat and you see, like, a bunch of crazy-looking adventurers just creating legendary runic equipment.
The can't see it. We're being subtle here.
No, it's just like shiny glowy lights and spell noises coming
just
out the back of the car.
flashes every now and then. RuneScape spell noises. Ice barrage sound.
Yeah, I'm imagining enchanting happening in the back, and it's just like, what the
And
fuck?
then you look over, and like the most distinctive visually of the members outside of the Doc Alpha, the white Wormeni, who's got like a pretty hefty collection of scars and heavy armor and like no armor on, just fishing.
Okay. Then yeah, after those 6 hours, I'm doing search actions.
Expand your mind.
Oh, if you're fishing, I might do fishing with you.
I'm gonna search for creatures while we travel.
Poor thing.
We're just out here fishing without bait, seeing what we catch by being interesting.
Oh, that's a shit roll.
Excellent.
Can you re-roll it, or is that not what the search?
The radius gets rerolled, but this is just for the first block, mate. The next block will be better, I swear.
Maybe slowing down our travel by doing this, but sure.
So my item is now called a rune marked golden ribbon scale lamella curious.
Brackets, grand scarf or something. We just put that in the descriptions.
I'm going to assume DZ 14 for creatures and 9 for other things doesn't find shit when we're traveling here. In an 18-mile radius. This is the 7th and 8th hours of travel. And then they're going to get it for the next ones.
$14, you say. Let's see.
Yeah, it's pretty low, eh?
I love the idea that we just get like fishing spots on every single shoreline tile.
Yeah, you reckon fishing spot is DC 9 or less?
Already left this map as well, Jason.
Yeah,
Look at
we're
that.
gone, mate. Zooming.
No, I'm slowing down now. You're welcome.
These chili cheese chips are unfortunately pretty light on the sauce. Very sad.
Yeah, they've been doing that recently.
Don't even get me started
I
on
would
bad
recommend,
Porto.
I'd recommend ordering a thing of sauce to go along with them, like a dipping sauce style
Yeah, I've got
punnet,
one.
and just pouring that shit on when you start. Or like after you've had the first 4 that have the sauce on top?
Honestly, when we went to Auckland a couple of weeks ago, I was heaps heaps friggin' chuffed to get my Porto, and it was
You were only
honestly,
a Porto in New Zealand.
yeah, it was honestly the worst Porto I've ever had.
Oof.
Maybe that's why there's only one. You think they'd try and do good representation?
Yeah, I mean they weren't too bad the first time I went, like a year ago, but yeah, they're kind of shit, and shit service too. So
Yikes.
like we tried to pay by card and everything, and they were like, oh, nah, your card's not working. So I tried Amelia's card, and it was still not working, and we were clearly seeing the machine saying machine offline, declined. It's like, you sure it's not your machine, man? Do you want to try a different one? It's just like, no, it's your card. It's definitely your card. Okay. Walks over to the ATM and gets some money out, like, fucking decline this, bitch. And then, yeah, the food was kinda meh.
This is so sad.
What is so sad?
A Porto being less than.
Nah. Why would you go to a
acceptable.
Porto when you could go to Hungry Jack's?
Generally, a Porto.
Because you
there.
can't order Hungry Jack's in Belconnen.
You also can't order Hungry
Because you'll
Jack's.
it will never arrive, and if it does arrive, it'll be someone else's order.
That's only if you order on a Friday.
You also can't order Hungry
The amount
Jack's
of
in New
times-
Zealand because it's BK over here.
Actually, the amount of times we'd do the Hungry Jack's order and then just wouldn't pay whoever did the order until it arrived. Because we just expected it to be
Friday
wrong.
night ritual. Yeah, don't worry, guys. Uber will cover it.
That's the other thing, the fucking Burger King menu here is horrendous compared to Hungry Jack's. Like, nothing on the menu.
Yeah.
It's just like
I
a
once
couple of basic
complained about-
burgers.
My Hungry Jack's order, they forgot to remove pickles, so I complained and actually got a full refund. Like, okay, I guess we take those.
Sweet.
Like, wasn't expecting anything out of that. It was just going to be a complaint just to complain for argument's sake. But
Yeah,
no,
I
they
remember
give
I
you the
ordered
early-
Caleb food one time, like Osborne food one time, as a thank you for DMing. And I got there and it was just completely wrong. It was just one order. It was one burger, one drink. It was completely wrong.
Fucked it up.
So I made him send me a photo so I could get it for free.
Wait, I've actually found more things than I expected. Hold up, what?
Dude, you rolled
That's a
a
lot of things.
I got a
an
14.
18-mile radius of the 14. A lot. You can find a lot of things with
Animals-
a 14, bro.
Animal's not trying to.
No, David, it's DC 9 for other things as well, man.
Yeah, you didn't find anything other than animals, but
Okay, cool. That's a lot of animal.
uncivilized
So
land
why
full
does
of animals.
Sandor know everything so well? I'm going to question Sandor about his past a bit on this journey while he's making the runes.
He's a craftsman.
He's
that
a very
has
good
an
one.
AI
I say
AI
admiring.
helmet.
I say admiring the grand rune. A very good one.
Hmm.
But you seem to know a lot of the land. And how did you find out about these
My helmet tells me.
friends of ours in the mountains?
The friends in the mountains I was told to go to
By who?
when they gave me this coin at the same time. They were not giving their names out.
But they're just handing out directions to their secret location to anyone.
No.
Just craftsmen.
People with certain ideals about the world.
Right. And what did you do to convince them that you were of
Right.
these ideals?
Gonna reveal all these tokens at once. You ready?
Here we go.
Mammoth.
You may have noticed my general distaste towards those that have the scaly nature.
Oh my god, a Gordosh lair.
Estrid's giving you a
Oh,
mad
it's
glare
there.
right now.
It's where the Gordoshes keep all their lairs.
Or Thosh.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
An ivory jaw. Cool. Scurvers. Don't like that.
And now for the next 2 hours,
Asgardian Great Bear.
we do another one of these. Oh, that's much better.
What are you searching for this time?
Creatures again.
Alright.
No, so creatures actually? Hold on. No, I look for people this time.
People.
What is the people radius?
You and Mal are just standing up on the top of the boat, just staring.
Yeah, remember what they said about people up on the crow's nest.
Hey, we're too far away from those guys. It's like-
Okay. DC 2470 my radius.
the big boop.
So anyway, yeah.
the DM size.
Yeah, when
At
you
least
say you
someone else
have
gets to see all the tokens he painstakingly placed all over this map.
And then we ignore them.
People.
Yeah, people.
We ignore them, but we create the tension of the idea that we might go there, so he has to do more work to prepare them just in case.
Sandor, when you say you have a certain inclination towards the scaly sort,
Huh?
you mean
They
how
suck.
far do you? Well, don't see you, at least not from what I've seen, taking disliking to. And I sort of gesture to Umviklig, just overfishing.
If you recall, he showed general disdain the first time he saw Invictus and Trisk.
Hmm.
Yes, I do tend to agree, Sandor, though. And Viglig's already dead, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
What?
And this one here has no outside scales, so it's really hard. It's really easy to forget about it, so...
He doesn't know that yet.
Oh.
Oops.
Unless you figured it out.
Sandor wasn't really understanding what you're saying, it sort of moves on.
I'm
His
probably got
truth
stumped on the
focus,
when Viglig is already dead.
Yes, yeah. You know
Don't
what
worry
they
about it too
did
much.
to my hometown, don't you? The city capital of the dwarves, or the Dverga.
I don't know very much about this plane at all.
The
It's
great
one of the
dragon
first
Smaug
places
came and.
raised about it. The entire city burned. My people, many of them wiped out, and are now most of them slaves to the worms.
Far off
Common
the story
story.
of.
They can fuck right
Smaug.
off. Nah. So for a while I've bided my time, waiting until I saw a chance to fight back against them, and I found my opportunity.
Excellent. Well, I do hope we can find these rebels. It's been some time coming getting to Ragnvald, but that's only the first step on our journey to find them. Still have a large area to search.
So Esther will get up and just put a hand on your shoulder as she goes to like walk off and just give you any advice though. Maybe don't be so hateful to all you may consider dragon type.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so that's great. There's another travel action still between here and Ragnvald.
Just get to Ragnvald already. Stop these
I'm
matches.
trying to find things along the way so that we know some things between there and where we're going at least.
Hmm.
There's reasoning behind this madness.
And that's south of Ragnvald's like the only nice terrain around the area, so
No, there's
Not a bad
greenery
place
over
to
here.
feel.
This is like all green.
yeah, south of Ragnvald. East of it is hell, and north of it is not better.
I'm not sure hell is to the east. I think it's a different like plane.
Ah, funny.
Cold enough, you bastard.
Good one, Andrew.
Thank you. I quite enjoyed that one.
Ogres. Dire wolves. That's a thought. Too many phages.
Is that everything? Not quite.
Did you end up
Okay,
going
fucking
swearing
hell.
to Ulla? Or was that not a thing you did and you were just like, I'm a beacon
Sorry, you're
guy?
very quiet.
Sorry.
Did
Did you
swear
end
to
up
Ulla?
swearing to Ulla?
Yeah.
You should consider taking on some hunts, eh?
I did. I mean, I am. I did talk to Ulla recently. Well, I talked to him. I say, went out into the forest after his father died, and I was like, I'm gonna go hunt something.
Pick out something to hunt in this list, I suppose.
Has to be somewhere near Ragnvald, but yeah.
Abandoned quarry. You ever want to get some
Ooh.
rocks? A gear. Cool. Gorthosh.
And yeah, I'm gonna do one more of those search actions.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Higher vampire.
Oh,
Oh, no.
it's okay. It's a much lower thing this time.
Hold up.
Excuse
Hello.
me. What? Hi, a vampire lair. Oh, gross.
Okay. Looking for people again. DC 14, 20 miles.
20 miles.
20 fucking miles.
It's a good
Yeah,
thing
David.
only half of the directions that we could be looking actually have things.
You're looking for
Unless they're
ghosts, right, David?
Yeah, I noticed.
Oh yeah, it's a good spot to go to. If we know
And it's
that they
on
are.
the way to the Alfari outpost.
If we know that they're.
Well, we don't
Volda
know what they are,
cultists.
but they could be Volda cultists. They could even be the wrong sect of Volda cultists, but they're worth checking out, in my opinion. Who knows what other weird shit people.
We should
worship
check out
as
the
cults
bounties
are
in
into.
Ragnvald too.
Yes. There's probably a lot. This area does not seem peaceful.
Not much. Not much.
Yeah, there's not really many civilized areas around Ragnvald. I wonder what its sort of main deal is as a town. Might ask some sailors as we get closer.
Probably
Check
mineral
that.
wealth, given the mountains.
Probably a good hub for trade.
There's just not a lot like Hrimsgardr.
Alright.
I get because Hrimsgardr is close to close to land routes to Vidvig, to Studvarten, to Tholios. You can go basically anywhere from Hrimsgardr.
Only a couple
efficiently.
peoples that you find.
Ragnvald is
It's on a
isolated.
bigger river system though.
Yeah, but the rivers don't go
Yeah, so,
very far.
Peoples is one of the nicest radii to use to look for other things.
Big search man do find things. Damn, you found a single grave out there in the woods?
Do that.
Alright, and
Okay.
once again, just as sundown arrives, you see Ragnvald perched in a small lowland by the mouth of this river, but atop a sort of plateau, keeping it above the tides. Yeah, a very, very large Viking town. There will be a
Biggest-
full proper town map next session with shops and everything.
Yay.
But
For now, we snooze.
Did we have to mark off food for that journey?
yes,
It's just because there's no real access to fire gonna be rations.
Okay.
I don't have
I
those.
can
Can you mark
bulk
them for
mark
me?
them off. Yeah.
Imagine
Thanks.
owning rations.
Right. We hunt around for the most mid-tier inn in town.
the absolute most mid-tier in town.
Oh, here we go. That ball.
Make an
Well,
investigation
Hang on.
check.
We spent the first night. Did we spend a night on the water?
No.
No,
No.
It's been
then
a
we
night
can-
of Varmo.
Yeah.
so 2 nights. Unless
No,
we're
actually,
getting.
I think David's saying if we get food at both inns, then we don't actually need to be using rations.
Okay. I didn't realize we bought in passage in on the way.
Yeah.
Unless you specify otherwise, then people will always give you meal and room price.
Might
Ah.
even feel
You find the foamy jester. It's not up on the plateau. It's actually like right down near the side of the river. It smells like seawater.
that. And Victor squints at the name.
Sure you couldn't find anywhere better, Astrid?
I mean, I aimed for mid-tier.
This is
Everyone kind of
mid-elevation.
stares at her when she says that.
Sandor doesn't like this place and tries to find a better one.
Hey,
you
I'm
can make an
in.
investigation check as well.
Don't be too picky.
I guess I didn't specify whether it was mid-tier of the slums or mid-tier.
I'm trying to
Were
Were
find
you
something
looking for mid-tier?
actually
Is it
mid-tier. Yes.
said
Actually
mid.
mid-tier?
Which
Actually
is not,
mid-tier.
does not mean mid-tier.
Alright.
Stop asking for elevations of inn. Start asking about quality.
You find the other eye, which has a
Ooh,
nice
spooky.
image at the front of what looks to be Odin lifting his eye patch.
Oh, fun.
That's kind of cool.
It does look pretty mid-tier. Looks fine. Doesn't look very expensive. Doesn't look
There you go,
very
guys.
cheap.
Job done.
It is elevated above the tides.
I turn around
Great
after
success.
following Sparthan everywhere, like, look, somewhere mid-tier.
Pardon?
It's mid-tier because we're in Midgard, you shit!
Anyway, go in and ask how much for a room and meals.
Maybe you
Well,
can
that's
part
squared
this
away.
way.
Will be 20 silver for night and food.
Well, it's kind of exy.
Oh, I mean, it is pretty mid-tier.
City. We need to get some.
You have to stop
money.
emphasizing the mid when you say mid-tier.
Alright, paid for a night.
And tomorrow we do looking for name who slips my mind temporarily. And so if we don't find him, we head out? Question mark.
What do you mean find him?
Who was he in the area?
Vesith.
Vesith.
Oh, that's
He was
it.
around, wasn't he?
Yep.
No, he was going to teleport to us.
Okay. So,
So
we're
we
gonna
can
tell him.
contact him with the Drekkie phone.
Yeah, cool. So we do that in the morning then.
And also should just look for bounties in the region because I think we should
That's fair.
explore other things as well. here.
Alright.
And after that, it's probably like a good idea to. Well, no, we can do stuff in the town, but we'll need to during the session, during midweek, really make a plan as to what we're going to do to
Yes.
give DMs.
Mm. Indeed.
Sure thing. Alright. You wake
Master
up
Carpenter.
in Ragnvald. What do you do? What do you do?
We don't do that.
Finally arrived.
We look for bounty board first.
Alright, I do have a few bounties ready, but again, that will be I
All
will
good.
post up midweek.
Very well.
Of the bounties they currently have available, first big one is the Gorthosh,
Oh yeah.
which has been making a lot of trouble for fishermen when they try to pull up anywhere in the area. It is extremely territorial and has been driving out all sorts of animals out of the area into the nearby woods. Yeah, causing lots of trouble. That one is
Mm.
10,000.
You.
Bit exy that.
I don't know
Sheesh.
if we could deal with that one, but we can definitely give it an investigate.
I mean, that's a point right there, guys. Is that
I think the
something
answer
we've
to
marked
that
on our
is
map,
you,
the Gordosh?
We find out if it has regeneration. If no, we just constantly like wound it and then run away. And like keep it just getting more and more beat up until we just fucking ruin it without it getting a chance to permanently wound us. If it has regeneration, I don't know if I want to touch it.
The next one is a ruin by the road leading up from the south. Apparently, full of some sort of sentient undead
My favorite.
Exciting.
I'm dead.
that are causing trouble for people along the way.
How much is
I
that
need to
one?
refresh my foundry. That one is worth 3,000.
Ah,
We should
pennies.
still do it.
Yeah, true.
That would fund new armor.
We can do
Don't
both.
scoff at money.
But, yeah. I mean, keep them on the board. We'll have that as options once we get the rest of them. We're in the pig shitty.
Has my foundry fixed itself?
Yes.
Yes, it has.
Did you say the Gordosh was on the map? I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
know where
it's
gonna be.
I
the
fucking bloody
rune.
special pinged it twice. There you go.
There we go. Gordosh.
That's
Yeah.
not blood, that's the Scarth rune, sorry.
That is Surt's rune.
What? Why am I misunderstanding this?
It is a Miss Muspelheimer beast. And down here's the ruin with the undead.
Right, the other way around.
And
That's what we
then
want.
Well,
Yeah,
the ruin
last
appears to
one
be
I
on our
have
way to the
here.
outpost.
It does.
Is
Is that reactive?
Oh wait, so we're going to that outpost?
That's
I mean,
the dokkalfari outpost. That's the best source of information we have on the local region when it comes to
Ah,
rebel stuff.
fair. Fair.
It's like, even if they don't know the rebels are, they'll know the rebels are not.
It's also a place where you could potentially leave the cart. If we
Yeah,
are
that too.
going on foot for a while.
Mm.
So it's just the 2 quests.
I'm getting the third right now.
Cool.
Yeah, so what our first order of business then will be, after this, contact Vesith, see what he wants to do, and then post Vesith stuff, we head down towards the outpost, fire ruins, if nothing else comes up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against tapping a couple of these
Yeah.
things on the way in the region.
Sounds decent.
I would love, for example, to hit some various resources and or maybe beat up some cultists, depending on what they are.
Still early morning. We didn't want to spend a little bit of time in town looking around for anything. There's nothing
yeah,
more
we
we
definitely
really.
will. Not
I'd like to ask about the area still,
Yeah.
to see if there's anything just interesting around or things to watch out for.
The last one's actually on the mountains map. A fortress of Lightless.
Ooh.
Of what?
Hey?
Lightless.
It's what they say when they don't like the Dog Alpha.
Okay.
Which are indeed a
Dokkalfari creature.
dokkalfari sort of related group. You don't have much. They don't have much info.
Yo,
Oh,
did
that's
they
worth knowing
literally
about.
just find us the rebel camp?
No, that's
That
not
would be
rebel.
way too
The rebels are not Dog Alpha either.
Do they say like a Dog Alpha-esque creature? Do I know anything about what it might be?
You can make a history check on the Lightless.
Don't forget your cool.
Kind of don't pay
bestiary
much
abilities.
attention in Dark Elf school.
You were just waiting for the sword swinging bit, weren't you? The arrow slinging.
Hey!
Well, hey, the Lightless, from what you recall,
Write this down.
Something Destiny related.
No,
a
Kingdom Hearts, obviously.
offshoot of Rockermany
Oh.
that used to live on Dokkalfheim and were worshippers of the Ikrali, who tried to basically take over Dokkalfheim and
Right.
were exiled to the
Oh.
to the other realms, and most of them have regrouped on different places in Midgard, and they have lots of fun darkness space magic powers.
So they're not fond of dark elves, or is it more just of a you're where we're at? We're taking.
They
over?
have no particular relation in the modern day to dark elves that would be positive or negative.
Fair enough.
Basically, a negative relationship with everyone.
And reward.
Minus 15.
Reward for that one is 9,000.
Hmm.
They have been causing a bit of trouble to boats heading up and down the river, but they
There's
are
boats heading up there.
away from the river. But yeah. And lastly, they say if you're looking for more work, they are always looking for more volunteers at the fortress.
Where is the fortress?
I will mark on the map.
Mhm.
Mountains.
Does this river have a name?
Which one?
The main branch of the river that heads into the mountain.
Flows down from the mountains.
Yes. 1 second. Where did I put it? It's the Ismunur River, named after the Ismunur Glacier.
Oh.
Which you have discovered, Wendy, with
Oh,
your
hey.
thingy, your bloody.
Mystify.
Now I can reveal the name.
The re-mystify ability. Where that fortress at? Oh.
Yeah, one second. Nobody thinks.
Yeah, you do things. Sorry.
Move it over here so you can actually see it. There you go. Ismunur Glacier.
Oh. It's so fancy it has its own font. Fucking Hrimsgardr.
There you are. Lifithskjöld.
So that's where the Galdrari are. The worst of them, anyway.
They say that any able man or woman can enlist at the fortress. Payments are given out at the end of each month that they are there of 500 silver for a month of service.
Pretty good money.
I mean, if all you're
Even
doing is
more
holding
money
the
if you are
fortress,
willing to head out onto the plateau itself to try and get the upper hand against the Galdrari menace.
So,
And
What-
does the bounty officer seem like have any information about them? Do they seem to like be an
Of
endless
course,
swarm?
of course. As I said, the Galdrari, at least, if not originating from, the largest collection of them appear to have gathered upon the plateau, constantly overshadowed by a magical fog, and a great spire in the distance that can be seen around the mountains by some of our scouts when they've managed to head into the plateau a decent way.
Have any wyverns or lesser dragons flying over it?
The cloud cover means that any airborne incursions into the region must remain low, and the Galdrari also have quite a bit of airborne resistance. This Galdrari menace is of the highest concern, both to the Jarl of the region and our Ormskonga, and we have united on this front.
Very interesting.
you guys hear me out. What if we recruit the Galdrari to join the rebels?
I'll go Drari take over.
Good idea, right?
You didn't see them. Karnlykk saw them. Not a good idea. Not a good
He
idea.
tries to describe Gardari to Sandor.
Let me look at the photos of them again.
Angry crystals, right?
Okay, so I saw 4 types of Galdari near on the southern road between Studdevarten and Hrimsgardr. The largest of them, well, in general, I would say they looked definitely alien. They looked like they were made of crystal and stone. I'm not sure whether you would call them like
Metal mostly.
metal and strange points and shards. And I don't know. I'm not sure if you'd call them like constructs. Maybe some Svartalfa. When I saw them, I thought maybe some Svartalfa war engines taken on sentience or something. But they have a more alien structure than anything I've seen from Svartalfa.
Sorry, what the fuck
The
happened?
largest I saw floated above the ground. It hung from a large blue orb, from which was emitted some sort of shield, which seemed to protect it and some of the others. It had multiple arms and large scything talons, and as I said, it floated above the ground, hanging down from this orb. There was several larger ones, looked like large soldier-like constructs. I'm not sure if what I described them, except they looked tall, strong, and covered in metal and rune, like strange scribblings. Then there was some smaller ones. One which seemed to have some sort of strange appendage attached to one of its arms, some sort of weapon that grew out of its arms. Couldn't really describe it much better than that. Didn't seem to be a blade, if anything, maybe a spear, but without a head. Maybe some sort of projectile. And another very strong-looking fellow. Essentially, alien construct-like creatures. But all were quite large, looked very powerful. They had various blue accents made of strange metals.
Huh.
Shielded.
So what I'm hearing is we probably can't recruit them to join the rebels.
Probably not.
What was the start of this?
Just Sandor asking about the Galdari.
He was
Yeah.
definitely being serious about recruiting them, but actually wanted to know about them. So, okay.
We also have
Looking
some
at-
of their alloy.
Ooh, looking at where this outpost is on the map, though, for the Womeni, and I'm looking at where this river is, I'm getting suspicions this is not the area that we'll find rebels in.
Yeah, me too.
Either way, I would like to still talk to the Dokkalfari outpost, but I suspect we want to be going somewhere else.
I think we do some tasks around here. We go to talk to those dokkalfari. We decide whether or not. Well, this is like midweek conversation too. Decide whether or not we want to head further into the Ragnvald mountains. I think at the very least we want to try and go find that Shield Guardian amulet.
Yeah.
And we use some
Shield Guardian can
demystifiers
carry
to
tons of
try
stuff.
and search out the bases of other rivers.
We have a single cohesion point from now until next session.
This is going to take more than one session to complete these.
Yeah, I'm just saying for the
tasks.
immediacy.
Yes, I know.
Do we want to do the thing with Vesith, or are we just going to say, nah, we're not here?
I
think
mean,
it's-
I'm gonna bring him up, so as I said
Do
I
we want to
would.
talk to that? Do we want to talk to the Dokkalfari in the area first, and then after learning about the area, then contact Vesith?
I don't see an issue with contacting
I
him
mean,
right now. He just wanted to come here and do something, and
I said I'd contact him
Chance
when
we
I
get
got here,
swept up
so
doing that
yeah.
if he wants us to come with in the region.
which I don't mind either.
Which
Mhm.
yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with having a guided experience of my first chunk of Ragnvald.
In that case, call the phone.
Summon the phone.
Boss.
Why are you like this?
Hello, Astrid.
Ah yes, Visith. We just letting you know, as we mentioned beforehand, we have arrived in Ragnvald.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
If you'll just stay put and give me about 10 minutes, I should be right over. Actually, maybe a little bit longer. I should prepare.
Oh,
We should probably find an open space.
as in you're teleporting in now? you
Yes, I
already
just
here?
need to finish up some things and make sure I've got all that I need for a little bit of an extended stay ready.
Oh, very good.
I've been ready for a few days, so I just need to grab it.
Yeah, well, apologies, we couldn't give you much heads up. We ended up coming by
No,
boat
not
the
a problem,
last
not a problem.
sections. Oh, well, I'll let everyone know you're on your way.
All right.
Well, good to see he's awake at 6 in the morning.
And doesn't
about-
sleep.
Half an hour later, a bluish green light appears, and Vesith appears next to Estrid. Steps out.
Jump scare.
You see he's dressed in some winter clothes. Yeah.
Hello again.
Hello, a pleasure. Thank
been
you
some
very
time.
much for your anchorage of my magic into Ragnvald. I will make sure I get something to teleport back on my own this time.
Very well. What brings you here? Had some
I
business to
wish
attend to?
to head up onto the fortress in the mountains here. I'm sure that they've told you all about it, given your proclivities, and look at some of these Galdrari.
Ah,
Would
I
an
dig
acceptable
around and-
start be some of the materials they're made of?
Oh?
oh, hang on. Have you two met? Gosh, has it been some time?
Yeah, no, they have.
There's a
We
few.
met. I
Yeah,
see
we
you're
met
still with
initially.
them. We met we're at the wall.
He was the one
Yeah.
who brought Bigly
Oh.
to this continent.
You see his face. He's like
That's
he
right.
like realizes he's forgotten something important when he says this. Something you should probably know that I noticed visiting the wall recently. And I only noticed it because I had magically memorized the entire thing. Do you recall the area at the end with the sort of blackness pulling everything in?
The end.
Hmm.
Yes. Mal especially says yes because he also magically memorized
Yep.
it.
It appears to have grown.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
Very,
Dark or the
very
wall?
slightly.
So it is-
Everything, the area that's being pulled in has just encroached onto the mural a bit more to the left, like not even a tenth of a fingernail.
So
It
this,
has
It's
certainly moved.
changing.
well, that's something. It's a living prophecy, then.
It would seem so. I imagine at first it didn't have any of this distortion at one end. It simply looked the same as the other, but
I
by
wonder
the
if
time
there-
we'd found it,
yeah, maybe there were more panels that continued onwards that have now been lost.
Hmm.
Scary. Well,
Well, would it? Ooh.
Something to
Well,
keep
for
in mind.
starters as well, sorry for the confusion there. You may recall our companion's father. I just don't think we've mentioned it, but he has passed on this recent journey here. Just so you are aware.
well, that's. I'm very sorry to hear that.
I introduce the new
Well-
guy.
that's not well on.
Let's introduce
you
the
know, bad
Galdrari
news.
alloy to his
Yeah.
interests.
And Karnlykk and Bickley will go and pull out a couple of the scraps of the Galdrari
Oh
alloy and
yeah.
hand it to him.
Cool. He'll sit down and start casting Identify on it. As he does. Now, I don't want to make the conversation take a turn for the awkward. But I think it's time we had a bit of a frank conversation.
My name's not Frank.
I wanted to say the same thing because I don't have the conversation.
I'm aware of the circumstances in which you met Karnlykk, and given your trajectory, have a rough idea of what it is you intend. But I would prefer to hear you say to me honestly what you wish to do. If I may preface this, this wall of Wodanas is strong evidence that the world literally is going to end if something is not done. And I don't imagine that there's a single soul on Midgard, any of the 9 realms, that wishes to see that come to pass.
What about the Nidhogger?
Well, that may just be the one soul, if you can call it that, that is trying to make it happen. Or, given his behaviors, maybe the one least inclined to having this come to pass.
Well,
We
that's
discussed previously that, given what the wall says, there's no reason that this end shouldn't already be upon us. The Nidhogger is here, it has returned. But we don't know why it hasn't acted. And what it's done with this conquest across the realms. It seems more inclined to rule over the world than to destroy it.
Look, Vesith, there's respect between all of us at the moment, and I hope it continues. But as you say, it's time to speak honestly. I came to this plane to assist my dokkalfari allies in their resistance against the scale. That will not change on my part. Frankly, I'm not unconvinced. I'm not convinced that that Wormvaldi is not the beginning of the end of the world. There's many mysteries about dragons, some which you yourselves don't even seem to understand. Where many came from, for instance. Where the dragons themselves really came from, what the purpose of this is, what the Nidhogger's purpose is. But, as you point out, no soul, Womeni or Dokkalfar or Dantar or so forth, wants to see the world end. We don't know exactly what we can do to help. I don't know what I can do to help. But there are some strange things tying us to that fate. Mal, for one, and I'm sure Mal would speak up on this part, seems to have some tie to events that are going on. And I will always put forward that as a priority over any political or otherwise conflicts. But without a way forward, a way to know or to achieve this victory against an entity that we don't even know what is causing this destruction. Although, as I said, and I mean no offense to you personally, Vesik, but as far as I'm concerned, signs point towards the scale and the Nidhogger. And until there is a foe to take on, I must continue down my path. And my companions are free to do as they wish. Currently, we are seeking out profit and adventure. But for my mind, there is ever a goal of advancing the dokkalfari cause, as I'm sure you would not be unaware of.
And what about the rest of you?
Well, we all have our own individual goals. We are open to allowing each other to have. I, for one, may not 100% support said rebel movement, but I am curious to see what they have to say for themselves. As you know very well, with my my unique situation in being, as some say, dragonborn, and I'm sort of glancing at
Sandor.
Xandor, yeah, at this point, coming out as a dragonborn.
I like Sandor sitting off to the side, trying to not be notably present, just listening to this whole thing.
Yes, I cannot find it in myself to openly hate all who are scale for obvious reasons, but it doesn't mean I agree with all of it. But yes, it is still something I'm trying to figure out for myself, which side of the fence I sit. But that's what adventuring is for.
Personally, I care not who stands the glorious ruler of every realm, or the oppressor, so long as the realms continue to exist, and so long as me and mine can stand our own in our minds, and who we are, what we wish to do. None of it matters beyond the continued existence of all of this. Speaking of, though it's a little oddly unspecific, before we lost him, Svathan he described to us a series of dreams, or specifically a dream, speaking with Cert. Whether or not the validity of this is hard to determine now, but Cert spoke of reasons behind this world's progress towards destruction. That, due to all the nonsense beginning with the Aesir destroying Skarthi and all of that,
Ymir.
making Ymir, sorry, giants. Regardless, this defined a cycle. Things precipitate out of Geningagop. They are made by those giants that initially started into the worlds. And then, at the end of each cycle, they are returned to Geningagop by the Nidhogg. But since the Aesir killed, there is no pair of great ancient primordial giants to rebuild reality should it be destroyed.
And he warned us that should the Nidhogg come into his full power, which he has apparently not yet, that reality would be destroyed.
He described it as being shattered, but collected in some parts.
That was one theory that I had. That the Nidhogg was not in full possession of its authority, but given its overwhelming might, I thought that unlikely. Though I suppose a world-ending dragon, even if it only has a portion of its power, is still one of the most powerful beings in all the realms. Very well, since you have been open and honest with me, I shall in turn tell you what it is I am searching. The gods, as you said, when they killed Ymir, they split up his power, his authority amongst themselves. Some of that was propagated throughout their family trees and was passed down to their children. Thor, for example, passed down most of his authority to Magni and Mothi before he died. And the remainder has already been located by the scale.
Sorry, what did you say
But-
just then?
The remainder has
remainder.
already been located by the scale.
Wow. So they've already found Thor's dead body. Or whatever that means.
But Odin's is missing. None of it was passed down. He walked into Ragnarok in full possession of his power, and it was lost. If I can find Odin's authority, I could know everything that there is about the Nidhogger, about where its power might be scattered to. And hopefully prevent this coming end by outmaneuvering whatever forces are driving it to its conclusion.
Do you think Loki might have it?
Loki?
Well, I just recall on the wall of Othanis, Loki sneaking into a hidden place and using Odin's power to see into the future as well.
It's
Seems like perhaps
possible.
he's possessed some of that authority, though I don't understand what that means exactly. Perhaps he possessed it again?
You claim that Loki lives?
I don't know. I don't really know much about what happened during Ragnarok, to be honest. Not my area of expertise. I've heard he's dead, but if I was a trickster god, I would also want people to think I was dead.
I suppose. As far as I'm aware, no one has located Loki's authority either.
Is Thor's the only one that has been fully recovered?
Thor's has been recovered. Freyr and, well, Baldur's authority has been recovered, but it is only partially intact. Aside from that, I believe that one of the Great Worms holds Fenrir's.
Some crazy shit. We need a law dog. Where's our law dog? Do we have a law dog?
Tell us where
We have a Lord Doc.
It's
Any
alright.
law
there is
dog?
a law doc.
It's alright, I
As
have
well
it all
as-
recorded.
Tears.
Bro.
Yes.
From what I understand, as well as this, Jormungandr's authority has been found, but it is sealed for some reason, not being used by anyone. It was recovered in Bethany, I believe.
Of all the great Jotuns, its would be the most significant to staying away outside influence. Unless it doesn't work how I assume.
I believe it's something to do with, as I understand it, Jormungandr was, while a pureborn Jotun, also possessed the same condition that Estrid does.
Huh.
That's why he was a serpent. Did you say Freya or Freya? Whatever.
Freyr.
Frig, if that helps.
No, 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 that doesn't help. That's the opposite.
Hmm.
In any case, if I am able to recover Odin's authority, knowing where the rest of the Nidhogger's power is, we could potentially use it against itself, destroy it so that it may never bring upon the end of the world, though potentially leaving this world forever within its grasp. I should hope that the Old Father's power contains at least some of his wisdom. In any case, that is why I've been seeking out these 4 ruins. And from what I've heard, the Galdrari are quite a powerful arcane force to be reckoned with. And I would not be surprised if whatever is behind them is in possession of Odin's authority, perhaps, or related to it. Perhaps it was shattered and split apart, spread amongst different groups, one of those being whatever is behind the Galdrari.
Did you say Tears was in the possession of a Great Worm as well?
Tears has been recovered. He did not mention if it was in the possession of a Great Worm.
I mean, someone's got to have it.
Yeah, I've got
Again,
a
my primary goal here is preventing the end of the world. I am more than happy to sit and give you the details on all these sorts of things.
I'm going to sort of pull Mal and Estrid off to the side. Just pull everyone to the side. Just give us a moment for Vessid. That's okay.
Well, he's still identifying the Galdrari alloy.
And and this is something that we'll probably have to get Dallas to actually weigh in on. But I'll just sort of ask. Look, I hate the worms as much, and in some case more than any of you. But Vesith has always been honest in his dealings with us. And if we are truthful about forming some sort of alliance with him, perhaps we should tell him about the visions.
Say there would definitely be something that would very much pique his interest.
It is
What
probably
visions
the
are these you
final,
speak of?
most significant key.
So am I in this conversation, or am I
Yes.
separate as well? Cool.
We'll pull you in, and
Okay.
we'll just you can be in the conversation, but you don't give authority to it.
I do think if we were to involve Vesith, it would probably, given his nature, be of probably great benefit, as he may have a lot more sway in being able to get us to more Yggdrasil routes to examine these dreams further. It may be quite beneficial at the cost of giving him the information. But I know my opinion may be slightly more coloured than most, but I see Vesith as probably one of the very few, excluding ones like you, Viklig. You're a different sort, but in a way so is he. He's one of the true members of the scale to an extent that I would actually trust. One of very few, if not the only.
We must understand that working with one of his caliber means that we give, in proxy, any information he gathers to whichever great worm he serves. or just elder dragon. But they are contingent. They are trapped in this world as well.
Does he serve
In the
Ares, was
realms.
it?
No,
No?
Ares is a golden dragon.
Yeah. Remember them two having something.
Vesid serves a
We met him around
leaden
the same time.
dragon in Alstrinia.
Yeah.
But the point stands that anyone that you work with that is a Wyrmeni, unless they are a rogue one like myself, if you give them information and they care about it, it is essentially information given to whichever worm they serve. But there's nothing to say that our core interests don't align with dragons in terms of continuing to persist. Dragons, I think, like to keep on to their shit more than let it get eaten by a world-devouring ancient force of destruction.
Indeed.
Yeah, well, having said that makes Karnlykk nervous and cautious about the idea of going further than Vesith. So he'll ask the question to Vesith as we sort of discuss this. If we were to tell you something in confidence, would you of necessity or could you be forced to share it with others of the scale or your progenitor?
I trust my progenitor, but if you request I keep something private, unless sharing it could further our goals, even if you disagree with my assessment, then I could not be forced to share it, no. Save
Magic.
the standard magic that could extract the truth from me.
Thankfully, Vesith is relatively resilient to such things.
I guess that almost brings another point of what, if any, does your progenitor know of us? Surely you may have shared something.
I've made reports about what I've been up to and included you in those reports, but I've not gone into any sort of specifics, merely that a mercenary group assisted me.
Would you say he would potentially take kindly to us, given how our reputation has gone with you so far?
Of course, I don't see why not. Political disagreements on whom should be ruling over Midgard aside, even then I think there's certainly room for discussion, but at the end of the day, none of us are at a position to do anything about it, regardless of the results of the discussion.
But lords and kings war over this place for eternity once. Its fate is not sealed.
Indeed, I agree.
That's my stance. I'm willing to share in confidence what I have seen. If you are, Ola.
I say, taking the group side again, I think this is something we should discuss with Caleb as well.
Yeah.
Because he's sort of primary
Yeah.
vision boy. Karnlykk would vote that we share some of the relevant facts we've discovered, but that we don't share all the details, specifically sharing information around Graham. And
So
things
just
like that.
sort of dip his toes in it, so to say.
Yeah, dip your toes in the fact that we are having strange visions connected to the past of Luckner, and
Do we say through the Yggdrasil roots, or?
yeah, through contact with the Yggdrasil roots,
Yeah.
through the past, through the past of Luckner.
Well, you mentioned
and
potential meeting
some
with
powerful
Nidhogg
characters
recently.
in the past.
Well, you mentioned the most recent thing when there was the attempt at the second time at the same route when we believe that part of the Nidhogg rocked
Oh,
up.
I don't think we learnt anything about that he needs to know.
I'd say that would be dipping more than a toe in.
Anyway, I think this is potentially a midweek discussion what we share with him.
Hmm.
And I think we
It's a
probably
pending-
do share some information with him.
Yeah, a pending yes, depending on how much Dallas has to say about it.
Yeah. Can we continue that part of the discussion next week, Tim?
Your thing.
Do we? Yeah, cool. Yeah, just
I
But
think
we-
we'll probably finish up here then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
do we have any other topics we want to discuss with this before we?
How about the pronunciation of his name?
Vesith.
Vesith?
It's a fucking thorn.
I sometimes go to say Vesic for some reason.
I've heard it too many times. Yes.
Well, other than that, do we feel like we just want to tell him, like... I assume we'd be interested in going along for the thing that he's interested in.
Suddenly, don't we feel great about skipping out on that Galdrari weakness note?
But should we just be like,
was that one?
well, give us a couple of days, we're just going to go check some stuff out down south and we're happy to come north sort of deal, or?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the fortress is southeast.
Is it not the one up in the
It
mountains?
is- It
Or
is
am I
upriver.
thinking-
East.
Southeast up the river.
Yeah.
The one in the north is the shield
I mean,
guard.
That's the one I was thinking of. Over the
yeah.
other side.
That's a big quest.
Yeah, it is.
Mm,
Shield guardian cool though.
Very.
it would be.
I mean, we can always head there after.
You know
We'll
the
have a bit of
Galdrari
money.
is going to be brutal, right?
But I guess we'd probably have his help on this, so...
What we should do, I think, I mean,
What
discussion
are
for
mercenaries?
We'll leave it down to this is the end of any actions we'll take for now.
Hmm.
Like this session end regardless. And start thinking about future. I think we should try and stock up on a bit more money by doing some medium difficulty stuff through this region. And then getting ourselves whatever like top tier equipment we can either make, buy, or like buy the materials, whatever. While we're here, really stock up. And then pursue either one of the Galdrari with Vesith immediately, or the Shield Guardian, and then the other one.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. And
I-
in the meantime, we can use cohesion points to demystify to try and search for the
The rebels.
rebels.
Hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sort of have like the ruined dokkalfari outpost as like a goal for the next session then.
Yeah.
Maybe we just say we'll meet Vesith at the fortress.
In
But
some
keeping-
amount of time.
Yeah, but keep in like regular contact with him.
Oh, I suppose,
He can
Oh,
teleport us there. if we need to.
yeah, I was going to say, depending on how he wants to do it, we could always just be like, look, we'll go to the fortress, and either if he wants to teleport there, I assume he'd probably need us as an anchor though, but I can just call
I mean,
him
yeah,
and
'cause
be
he
like,
went
hey,
to-
we're here.
He went to the general area of the wall initially by himself, but like if he
Yeah,
doesn't
he
have an
can-
anchor, he can teleport, but there's a chance of ending up somewhere just
Well,
around the general area. not
What
actually-
he can do is he can, whatever method he already had, go to the fortress, and then he can teleport to us and teleport us there,
Mm.
because he will have been there and therefore be able to do that. So there's
Oh,
like
yeah,
the
we
opportunity
can
for us
discuss
to go,
it. Yeah.
us to go do something while he travels to the fortress, whether that is something in around Ragnvald or whether that be the Shield Guardian. Either way, there's something for us to do in this area. We could even try and make a deal with him to be like, hey, we'll help you out, even though it's a bit selfish because we also want to assist in stopping the end of the world. We could say, hey, we'll help you out with these Galdrari if you help us in our journey to find this shield amulet. Either way, because he can teleport to us and then teleport us to his previous location, we can go do something while he travels to the fortress and then organize for him to teleport to us and teleport us to the fortress
Certainly.
if that is
yeah.
required.
I mean,
Has he expressed
interest?
interest in us joining him to go to the Galdrari?
He hasn't said anything about it. His
Right.
intent was to just go check it out.
I
himself.
guess we can ask him if would there
If we
be any-
actually get him in on the information about Yggdrasil stuff as well, we could theoretically go towards where the route and Galdari are both near each other at the glacier,
So,
and do both things there, and actually sort of show him the full deal of how the route stuff works.
potentially. But yeah, we might just ask him at this point. Do you have any need or desire or wish for our services in your investigation of the Galdari?
I'm sure I could use your services, but it's not necessary.
Cool.
Should we just
Or we
bring
can
up?
mull that over.
Yeah, we may have possibly a day or two, do we think, of little things we want to do, but we'd be happy to help.
Probably more, to be honest.
Eventually more. Depends how things go.
Yeah, maybe more.
We'll
Like,
be in
even
the
if us
area,
moving
and
runes could be like a week.
We're in the area, and we're just a phone call away.
Exactly.
You ready for us to get another teleportation, and then the dragon to just die again when it
No,
fails?
this dragon is way tougher.
Is there any chance of it dying?
Ares' dragon had 1 health. This one has like 20 or something.
How much damage can you take from a failed teleportation?
2d8.
Oh, that's fine then.
I mean, hey, if he's teleporting us around and killing it, he's probably just going to send me another one.
Yeah.
Not that I want to actively kill it, but...
Teleportation mishaps notwithstanding.
Just love that, like, yeah, you look on, like, the little dragon's belly and it's just got, like, a warranty claim process written on it.
3d10 force damage.
Okay, that could be pretty bad. How much health does the dragon have, Matt? Honestly, Loch Ness more.
25.
Bro.
So there's a slim chance that it could kill the dragon.
How much health
But
does
it would down the dragon, it wouldn't kill it.
Yeah, and Lochner's got 32 HP.
How much of that, like, there's a chunk of that just auto-regenerates each turn as well.
Regardless, he cannot physically go down to it.
Nice. Arcane Shield, here we go. 12 temporary hit points at the start of each of his turns.
I mean,
He's also resistant. He's also immune to force damage.
Ah,
Oh,
there you
okay,
go.
that helps.
I mean,
See, I feel like that's fine.
Revivify as well? Question mark.
The reason we lost the first dragon was because it had 1 hit point and it just got outright killed by the force damage of the mishap.
Whoops.
It had a small rock the size of like a fingernail teleported inside of it by accident, and that blocked an artery and it just fucking died.
Well, I must say that was quite a good lore dump that session.
Yeah. Bless random Leaden were many who was also like doing childcare duty when we first met him.
That's going to be an interesting situation of I feel like at some point I'm going to have to bring up the whole thing about
We don't have to talk about
Mithril Inquisitors.
You don't have to.
We respectfully put them on a pyre. Their memory is respected. They don't need to be brought up again.
It never happened.
It doesn't need to happen.
I mean,
There is no reason to.
I'm not
anyone to
saying
know it has
I'm going to
happened.
bring it up, but he probably has a very good idea what their armor looks like.
You can say this, but at the same time, Mal also has, and already had, Mithril full
Mithril
plate.
plate.
But not Mithril full plate that was literally made by the Mithril Inquisitors.
Just put some stylish touches on it, mate.
He's already seen it. Question will come.
I'm gonna go a quick.
And I'll be
Don't get
ready.
off.
because I'm
You
heading
don't
to
need to
close
make
now.
give answers to them.
Look, I trust this guy. If he asks, I'm just gonna tell him.
God, I want that tattoo, but we do not have anywhere near the supplies. I want to be able to
Nope.
get Crown Shadow rolling. It'd be so cool. I mean, I can still get crown shadow rolling, but the tattoo means that I can do it without any concerns.
Oh, also, so I was thinking,
I
right,
mean,
because we
yeah, it does
mentioned making weapons with mithril.
Yep.
So the property works by, say, so you got a heavy weapon and it can make it like not heavy.
Yeah, so
Heavy
super
weapons
becomes
become
heavy.
light or become neutral.
Does
Yeah,
that also
goes down
work?
to
Everything gets
mass.
tiered down.
Yeah,
and
so
if it would not change, it gets +1 to attack rolls and damage.
so super heavy would become heavy.
Yes.
I am
So
so
just to
making a Jotun-axe again.
So just to clarify as well on
Matt, you can have super heavy.
I don't
Yeah.
think I can.
17 strength.
it's just if it's a large
Pushing
weapon,
it.
do you have disadvantage
Yeah,
to
that
wield
was
it
the
if you're
issue.
small?
That was the issue, yeah, large. I think.
I think that might
It's
be it.
because it was a large Jotun-axe when Gale had it, and then Estrid took it and took like a chunk off the haft, and it became
A great
like
axe.
battle axe. A great
Is
axe.
that what you're gonna ask?
So Sandor had a look at the dokkalfari spear, didn't he?
Yeah, he
And
figured
he
it
can
out.
understands it.
mark it. He can make it.
Yep.
What is the recipe in terms of like you're going to
It's
take a
in
long time?
it's in the description of it when you have it in your inventory.
Okay. Just because that's on my list of wants.
Hmm.
6 ingots, 6 hours, DC 13.
So
Six
DC
myths.
18 of mithril.
So yeah, 6 mithril ingots.
It would, I guess that would still have the problem then if it was with the large size weapon, even if it was lighter mithril, not super heavy.
Why,
Yeah.
Sweet.
why are we talking about large weapons?
If I were to make a Jotun-axe out of mithril so that it was no longer super
It'd
heavy,
still be large, so you'd still have an issue.
yeah,
No,
Isn't it? No?
Axes
it's,
aren't
you just make a
inherently
medium
large.
axe. You just make a medium-sized Jotun axe.
yeah.
Sure.
The resources cost is lower if it is if it
Yeah, no,
was
you're right. Yes, I
large
was,
before.
yeah.
Cool. Then I will make a Jotun-axe.
You don't think you need to make it out
You
of
don't
mithril,
even need to
though?
make it out of mithril. Mithril makes it easier if you want to put runes on it.
Like, you can just use a regular Jotun-axe.
Or I
The
could
problem was that
make a mithril
your
one.
current one was iron, which would have made it too heavy.
Yeah.
Ah, that's what it was. The iron.
Hence
Yeah.
why I perked up at the lightness aspect and just in
Well,
general
you don't-
being lighter.
No?
You don't need mithril.
Just make it out of
because
steel.
Iron is just heavier.
Yeah, but
Anything other than iron is light enough for you.
I've
The
got
thing was,
mithril.
though, the mithril, Matt, was that, like,
It was for the
so
heavy
for
class.
you, you're not really. You were saying earlier, you're not using your weapon much anyway.
Mm.
The main benefit of mithril is really, honestly, putting runes onto it and tearing down the weight tier. Neither of those really matter if A, you're not using the axe much, and B, steel is just as effective for you.
I mean, if I've already paid for the mithril though,
But you're holding onto the mithril to turn it into mountain plate.
I can always get more.
You're much closer to the mountain plate than you are the.
I don't know about that.
It feels like
You've got
you-
38 odd ingots of mithril. You only need 50.
I've got 12 plus the armor I already have.
Yeah, that's
You
Just
just
got
30.
like
You
half
have-
back, wasn't it? Or was
no,
it
you
full?
get all of it back with metals.
I can spend my bloody money how I want to spend my money.
Yeah.
I'm more advising you. It may not, like, you were literally
It's just
saying
not,
to me
like,
earlier today
valuable
that
to you.
you barely use your axe anyway.
Hmm.
So yeah, if you salvaged a full plate, you'd have plus the 12 ingots you'd already have. You'd only need 8 more to be able to make mountain plate.
I'll get plenty eventually.
So close. Ragnvald might have rare materials, given that it's a bigger city and there's like a lot of combat going on against fancy.
What I
arcane
am hearing
bastards.
though is we need money.
We need money.
I want money.
I
Money
want
is-
money too. I want
yes,
like both
so-
of the easier quests here.
Speaking of which, we have 9 silver that we made this this session
You
for
can
the
thank,
party.
Estrid and myself for that.
from your fishing trip.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I also want to go and look for more poison recipes.
How's that net silver looking after the massive
yeah, so
expenditures?
I was about to say, honestly, I'm probably just gonna not even bother splitting that and put it straight in the party money, because we're at 2,553.
We're
Plus
basically
nine.
poor.
No.
It's like 300 silver each or some shit.
Well, make that
Bigger backpack.
2,562 now.
Who else has good carry capacity besides myself?
Mine's not bad.
I
Like, I
think
got
it's
powerful
decent.
build when I have my armor
You've got
equipped.
the armor on.
You mean like
Mm.
total,
And then
or
I've got
like
Yeah,
how far
let's
up?
see your totals.
The issue
510.
is, like, if I want good capacity, I can't have good weather clothing.
Yeah. You're at 510 for maximum?
510.
170 before she becomes incumbent.
My numbers are like 80, 160, 240 without armor on.
I'm trying to figure out how
170,
you got to
340,
500.
510.
I said 170 without
Yeah.
before you're incumbent.
Let me have a look at
which
Esther.
is-
510. You got 17 strength. Have you got powerful build?
I don't know.
Why are you so carry?
Yeah, true.
Because I have max strength. I'm not big or anything, but I got max strength, and that's 300. Is my maximum.
You are marked as powerful build for some reason.
Here goes the yellow bar. Bonk. There we go. That makes more sense. But also, yikes.
Might need to have another look at your weight then, Istrid. How much you
might
will
be
be
in
overweight.
the,
when you
like meme category where even with your backpack off the
Yeah,
mithril
also
toolkit is too hard.
just as a note as well for your inventory, you should only have things in your inventory if you are if they are equipped to you, and you should only have them equipped to you if you could feasibly sort of carry them. So you're not always carrying your smith tools, and you're not always carrying your cook's tools in your hands. And same with your heavy furs; they're not always on, so they should be either in your backpack or in the cart. Because if they're unequipped, they're not acting at their full weight. And you should also have your backpack unequipped. You shouldn't equip your backpack. Because your backpack, anything that's unequipped, automatically
Half
calculates at half weight. And that is basically so that we can have a backpack's unequipped and it can calculate it as if it was doing the backpack rules, which means that everything in the backpack is at half weight. So yeah, you'll need to unequip your backpack and move your heavy furs and your tools either into your backpack or into the cart.
Wait, so Matt, how many ingots do you have right now spare of mithril?
I have 12 unused ingots of mithril.
Okay. There is a way for you to get to Mountain Plate with resources we currently have that sort of works out. So we have 2 sets of mithril full plate. I was wanting to use one for Warsmith armor, but if I had I could have a lesser heavy armor of mithril and it would still work. I'd get a slightly less plated property for it. So theoretically, you could disassemble both suits of full plate, then make a set of plate mail and mountain plate.
I mean, I'm not in
And
a
you would have
mad
the ingots
rush.
to do that.
I'm perfectly fine to wait because I've still got to actually figure out how I'm going to make it.
I'm just telling you, with the resources we have right now, that is something that could happen. Which would be a lot of time investment for you to get +1 AC, but it is something that could happen.
It's just me wanting to max out my AC, and like I said, it's sort of like just the personal goal of like something I want to do. Just because, especially with me being the caster, I'm gonna take every fucking AC I can get my hands on. So.
Mate, I'm a caster as well.
You're only a half caster. Stop acting like you.
Don't tell him that.
Mate, that's as good as this fucking party gets. Short of Esther, anyway.
Right, yeah, you go and banish 2 dragons and tell me about your problems.
Also,
just
every
say one.
plus
AC
every
county
+1 AC is better than the last +1
Yeah.
AC.
Good
Yeah,
old, what's it?
Yeah, Matt, what's your AC at?
23.
That's already 3 more than what I've got.
6 more than what I've got.
And it could be 4 more than what you've got.
Where are the arrows stored? Quartermaster?
Why is it not 13 plus con?
'Cause I see
The arrows, they're just in the loose in the card.
Oh, they're loose, okay.
yeah, I see most of my situations in combat tend to be I'll either get missed or if I get hit, I get like pretty fucking hit. I mean, I've got a decent amount of health to help, but like, you know,
Yeah, Matt,
not
you're
too
still
glass
hitting
cannon,
less than other
but
people,
yeah.
and then taking the same damage as everyone else.
I'm the only one that takes less damage when we're hit, as of currently. And that's because I'm up there in the front. All the time.
I was going to ask, you're talking about the rune to reduce fire damage taken. Like, realistically, 1d6 damage a turn isn't that much with
It's
your
not...
Like, as a,
No, the
for you being
reason
a
that
barbarian,
it's a big
not
deal
that bad.
is because half of my combat survivability is concentrating on auras.
So you're saying the
Like,
concentration is the issue.
The constant
What's your-
concentration checks would be a pain in my ass.
What's your mod for con saves?
I mean, it's +7.
Like, I mean,
And look, I want to not have to worry about damage that occurs every single round. The strength increase is also pretty awesome. I'll not get past that. And
Which
I'm not
rune
saying
is
that that's
it
like... It's the, what's it called? Hang on, notes. Rock. Greater Rock. We don't have Greater Rock yet, we just have Lesser. But Lesser
you're not
increases strength
bloody
by
Orms
1.
rune. Bad.
Hey, Orms runes are like only
Yeah,
kind of
I was
OP.
going to say, Greater is off the table. A tattoo of Greater Rock needing 2 rare arcanes is not happening.
We can get rare arcanes. It's just gonna take a
It's
while.
off the table for any time in the near future.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm only interested in Lesser Ing right now.
I mean, Lesser Rock's doable, right?
Potentially, but if it's a tattoo, might as well go with something a bit more intense, right?
Not necessarily.
Pretty happy to have gotten my armor.
Look, I'll probably
Thanks
still
very much
try
for
and
that.
use Round Shadow if the fight makes sense for it, right? But I am built for one-handed weapons, so I want to have like it be as easy as possible already. And it'd be really nice to be able to just have... That's the other reason. Greater Rock Tattoo more than likely will reduce the Round Shatter damage to 0. Which means that I can just have Round Shatter on me. Like, I don't need to worry about pulling it out of the rock all the time. Like Svarthen did. Which seems like a massive advantage on the utility of the weapon. And yes, I do understand that it is a long-ass way off.
What did it require that made it hard, sorry?
A Greater Rock Tattoo is 2 rare arcane essences. We only have 1. I'm about to commit it to the rune for Mal's armor.
Oh, we'll just go pick up some arcane essences then.
Yeah, they're all over in the glacier.
Yeah, so arcane essences, you want to fight magic shit, so those Galdrari that exist.
Yeah, I mean... But the other thing is, yes, there
Oh,
is,
why didn't we pick up the note about their weakness? I knew it was going to be useful.
The other place, of course, is that there's an Arcane Essences... There's probably more sites around, but there's definitely Arcane Essence sites in the mountains. Now, the trouble with tattoos is you got to do them consecutively, so you're stuck there.
Which is also actually, like, so Hot and Grey Runes is 6 checks as well. So it's like, there would have to be a staggering between myself and Mel.
Yeah. Or we get, like...
Was that tattoos, right?
Yeah.
That'd be epic. Tattoos are cool.
Yeah, but they're a pain in the ass to make.
Yeah, but they're super cool.
So, okay,
This one
let's look at this.
especially.
So, Greater Rock Tattoo. Firstly, Seno doesn't know it, so if this is going to be doable, he'd first need to get taught it by Mal, which would take a full day to learn initially. We need to get
That's the easy part.
that's the easy part. We need to get the resources, which will be 2 rare arcane essences. What else does this need? We'd also need to have 2 uncommon divines, 2 uncommon primals. I think we've got the uncommon divines we might actually be short of as well.
We don't have the divines, yeah.
So that's also needed.
That's easy.
We only have 1 of those at the moment. We need another one. We'd need to get what inks are needed for this?
1 rare magical.
Yep. So it'd be 1 rare magical ink. The DC would go up by 8, so it'd be DC 23.
Wouldn't it be just DC 20?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if these were purchasable in a big city like Ragnvald.
It's a greater tattoo, right?
Yeah, so greater increases DC by 8.
Look, let's
So
just
you
make
go from 15
Udviklik out of Mithril,
right?
and then it's easy.
Just make me out of Mithril.
Oh,
And,
true.
and at that point, everything needs to be done consecutively. So realistically, we have 8 checks to get there between myself and Maradia, with 2 failures between us. DC 23, no advantage from helping.
We could advantage with some casts of
Enhanceability.
enhanceability. We would have 5 casts between Estrid and I.
Okay, so Mal's got a plus 7 to rune carving. So getting to 23, even with advantage, is pretty hard for him.
Yeah.
And even if I got
We
all
would
4
need
primary
we would
skills,
need
I
another
could from
rune
him.
cover of like higher skill than Mal or better tools for Mal.
Or
Basically.
like just someone else to be giving advantage. But yeah, like it's
Honestly, we could it wouldn't be unimaginable for us to be able to find a tattooer here in Ragnvald who could purchase it. It'd probably cost 8,000 to 10,000 silver.
if you gave the resources for it, it'd be easier. But yeah, we
And
don't have
the
those.
resources.
Yeah, like, it's more like that step. Yeah, the carving step is the most skippable, I guess. But you'd have to be in the right spot for it. And yeah, that's something that I don't think our current party composition is ever going to be able to do, unless we get exceptionally lucky. And if we fail, that we lose those resources.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll it'll be interesting to see what Ragnvald has to opt for in terms of its rune stuff.
So, I'm just going to assume we don't really care for keeping the price of a 4-person rowboat.
We could fit the party in 2.
Right.
Yeah, so I added to the bottom of the world doc those notes on authority. And
Keep it.
I added the bounty quests.
Oh yeah, is that in the law documents?
No, they're in the quest log.
Oh, nice.
Did you want me to keep that rough estimate for boat
Was there a
charter for a
4th one that I
day?
missed? Because I've got the Gordosh, the Lightless Fortress, and the Sentient Undead.
It was just those 3.
We'll probably find more in the future.
Yeah, and I also added
I like
some
the idea of
law
getting a lot of
notes
jobs around here if
on.
there is a really
I
high
started. I don't
demand
know
for
how consistently we'll keep this, but under the journals and the law notes, I started law notes for our previous, that are based off each map. So each map, you keep law notes based on locations and people that you meet in that map. So I got one for Vidvik, Hrimsgardr map that we were on earlier. It's got a few locations that we got some information about, and the white dragon, we got some information about.
It does seem that only you can edit this.
I don't know how to change permissions as a.
Do you want everyone to be able to edit it?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, well, the gold hand thing is updated. And that'll be that.
Gold dam.
Oh damn, bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam.